let's start this. Okay. So we're at the point, I mean, Louise, I know you're new and I know Linda hasn't been in for a while, but I can already tell by your work that you guys are ready to start looking at what is it that you find interesting. So I used to teach a class when I would start painting, when I was painting in person, where I would take all my students out and have them take 200 pictures off their camera in their phone camera in 10 minutes. And then we would look through and we would see themes, right? And let me tell you, nobody photographed the same. We walked on the same path, but nobody photographed the path the same way. So that is where I want you. So I want you to look through your camera. Or Sandra, you can use the any of those pieces that you pulled, right? The images that you find interesting. And I want you to find one and I want you to send it across the thread. And then from, I know it's not all of you have printers. I think it's actually better to kind of work, if you can put that image up on your laptop or if you can use it from your phone. And I will help you with like the drawing and painting aspects of it. I totally will. If you want to, I can also put up this guy and you can do the painting, right? I can put this bird up and you can do that. But I would really like to see you paint. I would really like to see what you find interesting. People think that like they're not that interesting or they don't have an artist. Everybody has a way of kind of looking at things. Just like you can tell from the beginning, everyone has a way they use the paintbrush tools, right? That is absolutely true. So I'll put this up, but I want you to take 5 minutes just to look and see, is there anything you'd want to work on? I mean, Diana does this, of course, all the time. That's how she works. She goes by, and you can see there's a certain kind of theme. What's really great, Diana, about your process is there's this theme that runs through it. There's a kind of way you like to photograph things. There's a way you like to paint them. I'm going to pop this up. I'm going to spotlight that so you guys can see it. If you want to, and you don't, you'd rather work right from life, you can totally, whoop, there we go. Work on this bird and I will help you. Okay, but what I want you to do is send me the sources and send me the thing and we'll work on them individually. I think this is a key, you guys are at a key point in your artistic education where focusing on your imagery is going to be really great. Yeah, that's a nice, let's see. Ooh, Anik, yep, that's very Anik. It's from your mom's garden, I know.
Yes.
I recognize it. I recognize it now. I would crop this. So Annika, again, I would crop this in a little bit. Let me show you how I would do that. Let's see. Where is that? There's not as much light here.
No.
So I would look for one where there's a little bit more light.
Okay.
But if you're gonna do this one, I would sort of crop it like that. Oh yeah, Linda, exactly. Did you take that photo? Linda, did you take that photo?
I did. Yeah,
Where is that?
It's a lake not far from where I live here.
Oh my God, I feel like you've painted this. I feel like I've seen the imagery that reminds me of your work from this. You must photograph this all the time. Do you?
Yeah, I actually do like a lot of those kind of photographs, but
yeah, this looks so like, okay, yep, absolutely. Let's do this one. So the biggest issue is you might want to crop it in a little bit. So it's less cell phony and more rectangular, right? Not so skinny and long. And we're working, I mean, you know, technically this is an acrylic class, but honestly, you guys can use whatever you want. I love that. Yes, Annika, I want you to, The only issue I'm having with all of these is that they're a bit far. They're a bit distant. So
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like your subject is like teeny tiny.
Yeah, that's how I
Yeah.
like him.
Yeah, you like them teeny tiny. All right. So I'm not going to.
No, but I mean, if I want to paint nature, I don't want to have a close up of the bird. I don't care
Okay,
about
so
that.
then this is what
But I
Here,
can
hold
go
on.
out and take a picture. There's a very nice cacti across the street that is
hold on,
different
hold
from-
on. Hold on. I'm cropping this just a little bit so that there's a little bit more. You'll still get all the nature. I get what you're doing. This. Oh, Louise, is this your picture? Did you take this?
No, I wish. No.
Yeah, you can do this one. That's a good one. I see what you're doing here, Annika. So do you see how I just changed this a little bit? So
No, I mean,
that you need to look at the crop that I did. It's not very different. The crop that I have, your subject is very close to the very center of the canvas. That is considered an undynamic and flat piece. So I shortened the water, and I brought him, which brings him down. I trimmed off some of the water, so it's more about the leaves and the trees takes up a little bit more. So this is really good lesson because it's teaching you how to frame things. If you're going to do it like that, don't plop your guy in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't put your subjects flat in the middle. Don't have equal amounts of water to equal amounts of trees. Have a light area, have a dark area. This is good. If you want to, Annika, you can also go across and do but I think you've got plenty in your camera roll. You could use either of those pieces that I sent you. I would just prefer you to use, well, the cactus flower one is a little too dark, I think. I think you'll find it frustrating.
yeah, it's really close. I'll just go take a picture. It's like
Do it.
the cactus is right in front of the thing is that the cactus tree is right in front of orange trees.
Okay.
So it's orange trees behind it, and it's like the fruit of the.
Okay, I want you to take 10
It's turned
pictures.
orange too.
So here's your assignment. Take 10 pictures from 10 different angles. Got it?
Okay.
Got it. And then bring them in, and you're going to show them all to us.
Okay.
Excellent. If anybody wants to go outside and photograph, you totally can. Or you can just get started with your drawing. I think I'm going to remove the spotlight. I'm not sure. We'll see how this lesson goes as a recorded lesson today. It might be helpful, might be not. Since it's not like subject oriented. We'll just see. How's everybody doing today?
Good. I'm gonna take a picture.
Yeah, what are you working on, Diana? I
I
forget.
don't know. Maybe the lamb, but probably not.
Are you going to go outside and you could go outside and do 10 different images from your garden? So as always, Louise, Linda, Annika, I want you to send me your drawing, right? So we can work on the drawing before, and if you have questions about, and I'll help you with the drawing. That's the hardest part. Drawing is honestly the hardest part. It's way harder than the painting. That's the thing that everybody has trouble with, because it's about, I've been thinking about this. I've been talking to a producer from BBC who might want to do story on drawing, like why everybody wants to draw. And so we've been having this kind of ongoing conversation about why that is. And one of the things that I understand as I was trying to explain it is drawing is an entire logic system. It's an entire logic system that's different than other logic systems that you've learned. What other logic systems have you learned? You've learned language. You've learned how to read, and you've learned how to write, and you've learned how to talk, right? You've learned how to talk. Some of you in more than one language. Well, all of you actually in more than one language. So you have learned and you understand that those systems of thought require an entire framework, a structure, all of that. Drawing requires you, and so it's very like, you have to learn the structure, then you have to learn how to bring things into the structure, right? In drawing, the structure is visual spatial. It's really about how pieces fit together, how big and small things are, how dark and light they are, what's actually happening. And that is an entirely different system of thinking. However, it's analogous. It can work very well with all the other systems you've got. And in fact, it's like having a entirely new analytical skill set at your fingertips, but it requires you to think differently than you do with other systems that you've learned. And for some reason, we just don't learn this system anymore. I don't know. We haven't learned it. It explains like why we're all getting dumber. It's like, oh yeah, there you go. Although Annika, I want to see all 10 of them. Annika, I want to see all of them. Put them all out. Give me 10. Oh, she's not in it. She's not even here. Good. She's just taking a bunch. Maybe she'll go out and take a bunch. There we are. Excellent. She is. That one's kind of nice. Oh, this is really fun. So we're in real time. Ooh, that's kind of neat. If you want to take a look at the thread, Annika is like just sending them over as she's taking them. It's really excellent. What a cool looking plant. People are kind of obsessed with cactuses. I can see why. Same with ferns. This is a very ancient feeling plant.
Yes, and you've capitalized on ferns. They're gorgeous.
I have capitalized on fern. Thank you. I have capitalized on ferns, and now cypress trees and other things. Now I'm working. I took a whole bunch of shots of like beach grasses with like kind of little bits of beach in the background, and so now I'm trying to figure out how to do those. It's hard. It's tricky, but it's like I'm not like having a lot of success yet. Oh, kitties! Hi, kitties.
Hey, kitties.
Hello. Hi, babies.
Except for Dragon who's asking for treats, of course.
Oh, always.
Give it to the
Ask
moon.
her.
You want some more?
This never occurred to me that I could send all of you guys out on your own and you could just post to the WhatsApp thread as you're photographing. That's kind of cool. The sun is strong and long.
Yeah, I have nothing really fun growing right now in my garden.
No lemons?
Well,
done
yeah,
that.
lemons, but you know, how many lemons can
Been there, done that.
I have? Pomegranates, but they
Ooh. They're gonna mature in the fall, aren't they? Soon then.
oh, they
Maybe
done.
September, October.
They're ready. They're ready.
Oh, I shall live near you.
They look like but I
There you go. That's a nice one. I love the pomegranates. Can you get maybe one or two more in there? Diana, do you have one with like maybe one or two in the background?
no, not really, because then it's too many branches in the way. I've picked everything that's close to me.
Got it. How are those pomegranates? Are they delicious?
Yeah, they're good. They're
I
good.
bet.
But
bet.
you know, I have to fight with the birds, so I have to pick them.
Nice.
Oh,
Annika, that was totally, you're making me, that was totally interesting.
The sun is coming really strongly right at me, and I tried to find angles where I wanted light and dark contrast, but I didn't want it.
Right. This one isn't bad.
Which one?
This one.
Oh, the one you marked now?
That one isn't bad. I like this one. I mean, I think it's really cool, but I worry as well that it's a little too dull, right? It's too flat.
Yeah.
When you look at it from here, hold on, I'll pop this up so you can see. Now there, you can kind of make, yes, so let's look at them. So where was your first? So here's your first one. Actually, this one's nice. It's pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
I like the composition of this one and I like the colors, but I feel like if we turn this black and white, you wouldn't see much contrast to it. I think this is the one. Do this one. I think you've got it here. I like that turquoise fence in the background. I think it really, there's like, not only do I like all the shapes and the lights and darks, I like this element. I like this element. I like how the light's coming in here. You can get rid of any of these brown things. You can kind of also erase stuff that isn't really suiting the composition.
Yeah.
Yep. Do this one.
Which one? That's the second last.
That one's actually, this one's kind of interesting too. But once again, I think you're going to get frustrated. I mean, you'll get frustrated right now. Yeah, do this one. Do this one. And then later you can go back and photograph.
So the one.
Ooh, Louise, that's pretty.
821. That's the one I should do. On the timestamp.
821, the one that
Okay.
I put the heart on.
Yeah, yeah. I see.
Do you see why that's the best one? I'm just trying to explain it to you
Yeah.
why it's the best one. Do you understand that? And if you don't,
But
that's okay.
they have a green fence around it,
Yeah.
around the fruit trees, and that's ugly. But I thought.
No,
maybe I could-
actually, I think that's pretty.
You
I
like
think
that?
that's
Okay.
part of it. Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
part of what makes this work. Louise, where's this?
It's in Poland here, close to where I live.
That's beautiful. I mean, it's
Yeah.
complicated, but it's a great composition. Do you want to try it?
Yeah, I think I'll give it a try.
Give it a try. Give it a try. So just take this slowly. These will probably take 1 or 2 sessions, maybe even 3. So we're not in a rush here. We're absolutely not in a rush. I just feel like you guys are at this place where you can handle this. Hey, Linda, I definitely want to look at your drawing before you start painting, just to double check on perspective and things. Yeah, thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I'm already struggling with it.
Yep.
Very much.
I might even try to print it out. Hold on, let me see if I can do that.
I think I'm just gonna change the canvas and take a bigger one because I'm getting a bit frustrated.
Hold on. So number 1, the issue is this should be edited to be this needs to be kind of, I like so Linda, this is what I'm proposing, this composition. Right? So it's a little bit more fatter and rectangular, and you don't have so much water, right, going off there. And then the other thing I'm going to do is print it out and help you with your perspective. Remember, there's a vanishing point here.
Yeah.
The trick is we're looking down at it. So I'm going to print this. I just have to send it to my own to me and then open it. And yeah, let's see what I can do.
It was just issue with that I had kind of a weird canvas, which is color of cardboard, more or
Yeah,
less. So I'm just gonna take the white one because I think that's I'm
Yeah.
gonna work better on it.
I think that'll work better. Anyway, this is a very Linda shot. In my mind, this is super Linda. I mean that in a really complimentary way. I think this describes you as of what I know of you. I think this describes you.
Yeah, I really like the picture. In fact, it might be.
Yeah, the composition of it, there's a slight bit of like mystery, like what's happening, where things are going. There's a sense of emergence, which I think has always been really prevalent in your work. And also a sense of isolation, which I just find a little melancholy, which I always find really fascinating. There's both peace and melancholy in this painting. And that's what I find it in this photograph. And that's what I find nice about it. Okay, how do I find you? Where are you? Here we are. Oh, no. Yes. By the way, Lotto is going to teach on September 4th on Labor Day weekend.
Okay, thanks,
So,
Leah.
yeah. I'm glad you brought that up because often he and I don't think about things like that until it's too late. So here, hold on. I'm over here, bring this.
And that's good actually, because the following week I'm in France, so I'd be missing the lesson. But presumably he's going to skip the following week, right? It's every other week.
Yes, every other week.
And that
And
means
then in
there's nothing.
October, yeah, so nothing this week. I mean, besides my class, nothing.
Right.
And in October, then we should, there should be something every week. We'll alternate caricature with, there will be something, although maybe at some points I might do 2 sessions in a row of one. I have to talk to the teachers about this and we'll figure out the best way for them to share that time frame. So one of the things so Linda, you can see that the first thing I'm doing here yeah, this is tricky perspective issues. So I'm focusing only on the one side, the top. Can you see that things are getting slightly narrower? I think what you're sorry. Here, I'm gonna put this up so you guys can see it. So the real challenge with this. Oh, I'm gonna see something. I want to see, maybe these are more straight than we think. What I want to see, can it give us another piece of paper? On this side, right? If I were to just keep going, I want to see if these lines are parallel or not. So I'm checking it. Maybe they are though. I mean, there's no question. It's hard to kind of identify where the vanishing point would be because of this particular spec. Thanks, Linda. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Aren't they
I'm just
supposed
totally
to-
giving you a hard time.
Aren't they supposed to kind of narrow?
It is, I
No, and-
think, but I'm checking to see what's happening. So the question is to see how the narrowing is happening. And right now I can't see it because it's a little too close. So I'm looking to see if I go far enough, right? Will these actually meet? So if I just keep drawing it, see what I'm doing here? Right?
Yeah, but wouldn't they meet on the other side though?
They would meet on both. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. I don't know. It looks pretty, actually, interestingly. These seem pretty, maybe, which means that your vanishing point would be, yeah, I think that's true. Which means that your vanishing point would be, yep, it's happening on this side, is kind of up a bit.
You're very far
Let's
ahead.
do this,
in
and
that
very far
direction.
away. Yep. So it's a slight, but here, this is helpful, right? Because we can just kind of continue it to see. So let's see if I just continue. Will they meet? It's very subtle. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. See how it's kind of subtly.
Yep.
They're getting closer. So your vanishing point is off the page. It's about here, I'd say. So it's a subtle, yes. So it's a subtle angle here. So what I would do is establish this first,
Mhm.
and then you'll weigh in all of these pieces. The other pieces. We'll work the other pieces. So it's a very subtle angle.
Yep.
This side
Okay.
is slightly higher angled than this side. This side kind of goes down a little bit. This kind of side kind of right reaches up just a touch. What I also really like about this photo is how you've got this lovely transition from darker to medium to light, and it's kind of reflected in the waves, right? Here you can't really see them, but it is water. Here you can see more because it's closer, and here things are darker. And then the question is, will the reflection be the same thing? I think the reflection is not going to be so hard to sketch once you get this shape in. Cool. And it's okay to spend your whole day on the drawing if you want to. I'll keep this up here.
Yeah,
just so you can take
That's
a look
probably
at
what's
it.
gonna happen.
Yeah, let's spend a couple weeks working on this. I like it. See,
I'm glad we
normally
do
I
this,
would
actually.
say, nope, we're not doing that. It's too hard. Nope, we're not doing that. It's too hard. But today I'm like, no, in a session like this, you can pick whatever you want. I'll show you what Addie, my 12-year-old student, I did the same thing in face drawing yesterday, and let me show you what she's put across. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, okay, if you want to do this, but we're going to spend the whole time. Look at this. This is what Addie wanted to do. Where are you? This.
If you hear something whining, it's my dog. She's
Oh, Anik,
wow.
very nice. Anik, there's something really appealing about this sketch.
There are many
Yeah.
flowers, and I'm starting to think that it's just basically gonna take me many sessions.
I don't think so. I think maybe 2, maybe 3. Don't worry about it. What I think is, now let me look at I'm going to look at your, although I love your sketch, it makes me feel, it looks like an illustration for a kid's book. It has that very So the only thing I'm gonna tell you here, I'm pushing this up so we can take a look at it. And I'm gonna put this next to it. I just need to look at these two next to each other. Your trees, I like this. I see your divisions. There's groups.
Mhm.
I want you to more, I see just individual flowers. Oh, Diana, there you go. Do the figs. Figs. And is that a
Yeah.
cherimoya?
No,
What is-
it's avocados.
Oh my
Mm.
God.
Oh, wow.
I really
Wow.
love that pomegranate. Did you just take these right now?
Yeah.
Oh, these are great. I love the pomegranates. The figs would be awesome. Actually, the figs on, I think you should do this one. I love this one.
Which one? That
This
one?
one. It's beautiful. Look at the light on that. Look at the contrast on that.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Now I'm gonna make you guys look at my
It's the same fig as I picked.
Yeah,
One.
I love that. It's beautiful.
Before and after fig.
And then eat those figs. Look at
Yeah.
this. Look at this, you guys. This is what's happening in my studio right now with my kids. So that's the feral one, is the one laying down.
Oh, really? So he's not
Yeah.
eating?
He's just I mean, he's been eating he eats all the time, right? But
Good, because
they-
they're difficult to satiate once they've starved.
right? No. He's just hanging out with Hermes because he likes to hang out with Hermes.
And
And
they
then
get along.
all
Because
They
they
get
look
along-
like siblings.
they
They
do,
look like
don't they?
Is he neutered?
No, I'm gonna get him neutered, but
Oh,
I'm
he's gonna
waiting.
start spraying on
I
your
know.
face.
Until
And he could
unless
also fight. They're more belligerent because they
he's
have
not his person. The reason he's here is that, see, Mabel is not here because Hermes chases her off.
Oh,
He is
Aw.
here because he's not belligerent. That's why he's here. And yes, I'm going to get him neutered, but I've just gotten to the point where I can pet him. Like now he loves to be petted and he waits every
so if you
morning.
capture him and take him to the vet, he won't like
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. But I don't want to, I'm doing it in stages, right? But personality wise, this cat is designed to get along with other cats. Mabel is afraid of other cats. She couldn't hack it. She left. She was like, Hermes would chase her off. There's another tomcat that comes around. He and Hermes get into these big fights. Like, boy, Muka, he really, personality wise, knows how to back it down. So he and Hermes all day long, Sandra, do this thing where they wrestle and they totally tussle, but they make no noise. They're totally just having fun. Like they're not, there's none of this.
Oh, that's really nice.
It's
Mhm.
really, it turns out he is Hermes' playmate. So yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. I have to figure out how to bring him into the household, but I have a little while. In the meantime, I just,
Well, well
Yeah.
done you though, rescuing all these cats.
yeah, I feel bad about Mabel. I kind of miss her. I really miss her, but if she
So
can't
she doesn't
have
come
that-
anymore? You
She
feed her? or-
doesn't. I mean, she doesn't. I think somebody
Found
else is
another
feeding-
house, right?
I think she found another house.
I
think
hope
she
she
found
did.
another house.
Because in winter, she's gonna need help.
Yes, of course. And she always knows she can come back. Like my cats are inside a lot more in winter. She can come. She can always come back if she needs to. She was here last winter. She knows she can be here this winter if she needs to. But I just think she can't really handle. And Hermes is kind of mean to her.
I'm getting final inspection on the 31st for the solar.
Oh, that's good. That's nearby.
Congratulations. That's exciting.
And they coming today to adjust the panels because they apparently, when they said in the drawings, they want a different spacing from the city.
Oh,
So
Mm.
that means more holes in the roof.
I must say, I
Right.
worry a bit about that, but
Yeah.
they are fantastic cooking nowadays.
Okay. Let's see, Louise. All right.
I think
Hold
it's a little.
on. I'm wondering, I'm gonna pull your sketch down so I can look at it. So part of the thing I want you to see. Oops, here, let's see. I want to put this down right next to it so I can look at it. So, what are we missing here? Are you not going to do those trees in the back that are kind of in the middle?
I wanted to, but when I started drawing them, I just felt like the perspective was a bit off because it seems like there's almost no space for them. Whereas actually, in the
Okay, so the question is, you can make space for them by scooting your trees on the right a little bit to the right. Your tree bank, so redrawing your tree bank on the right. So notice here, I'm just looking at your perspective. I mean, I'm going to print it out. So I'm going to print these out so I can show you what I'm talking about. It's way easier than trying to, I wonder if I can, also can, let's see, rotate it, rotate here. Hold on. So really, your trees are too kind of big on the side here. They should end about there. Here, I think I can do this with a sketch. And this tree is, these two trees are too big in the front. So this one needs to come here. And then you'll have, and then this comes up a little higher. And then you'll have room for the back. Part of what I know this is going to look like nonsense, so I'm hoping you're seeing the grouping here. Let's see. So basically, you took too much space up with your front trees, and the other thing you really need to do, and you want to leave, so you want to make those a little bit smaller. So I think I tried to sketch here kind of how you would pull. So bring your bank out on your right side like this a little bit more.
okay.
So that you have more room to put your trees in here and leave space for these. In fact, the other way to think about this, I think I can show you this really easily, is here. This is the back section, right? And this is the front section. So and then here's your river. So see how I've blocked those sections out?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
start with those big shapes. So the reason you don't have room is you made everything too big in the front. It's a very common mistake. It's the ultimate rookie mistake, right? It's the rookie mistake because whatever you're looking at, you're making things too big. Let's see, Anik. So that's what I want you to do. I'm sorry, Anik, I was in the middle of looking at your stuff and then Diana's thing. Anik, I'm going to do something similar here to show you the groupings as I see them.
Mhm.
A little grouping back here, and these are only flowers. I'm only focusing on the flowers. And then you're going to feel less like this is here. There you go. See that? So things have been defined kind of by foreground, by middle ground, by background, and that's how much space they should take. And if you'll notice, I kind of enveloped the flower groups.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Is that helpful?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yes, it
because
is.
right now it's looking kind of speckledy, right? Like you're just focusing on the detail. You want to think about the groups and how they relate to each other. And here's the thing that I think we forget about, right? when you're looking at this, some things are in the foreground, some things are in the middle ground, some things are in the background. So you kind of want to look at where that's how I like to group things, because you treat them differently. And also flowers as a cluster. There may not be flowers in every single one, but you'll see that the sort of edges of the flower clusters are used to create that. You see what I'm saying? You get it. I think you get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I know what, and now I know where I made mistakes. Also, because the
Right.
groups were not really.
They weren't, you were focusing too much on individual flowers, and you weren't thinking about, you're like, okay, and you were getting overwhelmed by them.
Yeah,
So start by defining. So actually this is great, because Louise's situation and yours are exactly the same issue. Foreground, middle ground, background, right? We're actually thinking, how do these foreground shapes fit with this background, right? Foreground, middle ground, background, not these trees, that trees, this trees, that flower, this flower, this flower, because that will send you over the edge. You'll entirely lose your mind.
Yes.
Louise is like, yep. Indeed. I'll be right back, you guys. Great, Ani. See how much more helpful that is? Now define those boundaries with the clusters within. Right, whatever's not flowers is going to be sort of dark green,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
You know, he would let me feed him, but he would never let me touch him until we went away for 5 days. And then, like, when
then
we
he
got
missed you.
back, our other cats were like, "Oh, hey!" I mean, they were like, "Hi, how you doing?" But we have a cat sitter who sits with them, and they're never really alone. But he was like, "Ah!" He saw us from across the street and came galloping over, crying and hysterical.
Maybe he
and
thought
like,
he'd been abandoned again.
yeah, well, I don't think he's ever been with a family. He's very
Really?
feral. I think he was born in the wild. Yeah, I don't think he's ever, he just has this, he never acted like a cat that had ever been around people. He was, in fact, when he first came to us, he was very cat focused only. Like, he was fantastic with cats. With me, Rob calls him a very needy cat, although he has never, it's clear he didn't really know what to make of humans until I started feeding him. And then he was like, oh, and now I pet him and he's like, oh, this is great. Wow.
My dragon who grew up with humans is a bit like this. He's a bit like, don't touch me. And then it's like, oh, that feels good.
That feels good. But he just really, like, I could tell with this cat that he was always like figuring it out with the other cats. Like, oh, okay, you don't want me to do this? All right, I'll back off. I mean, you know, Muka can hiss at him and he'll back off. Like, when
he reads cats better than humans.
He reads, well, I just think that's what he knew.
He's a
right?
cat's
That
cat.
He's a cat's cat and he has a good personality. And then once he kind of realized that, so food kept going out for him when we were gone, but there was nobody to hang out with. And he got upset. He was like, oh my God, like, there's food here, but where have you been? He's very funny. then he was like, all right, I missed you enough that maybe I'll let you pet me. Oh, that's great. Oh yeah. Yeah. And now he wants to be petted all the time. So he kind of
Really?
follows me
Wow.
around. Oh yeah, he follows me around the yard, wailing
So-
piteously until I pet him.
Wow, that's amazing, you know?
It's definitely a transformation, I will say. And that's why I was like, I want to get to the point where I can pick him up if I need to. Right?
Yes, ideally you want that.
Yeah, because he also is the one that came in with a gash.
I really,
He had a gash on the side of his neck. He came in bleeding one day. I think he'd gotten into a fight with another cat, and I couldn't really he wouldn't let me touch him, so I couldn't.
so it's healed well, is it?
It healed, but I fed him herbal immune boosting supplements.
Oh,
which
well
was
done.
what the advice was. And yeah, and I think it was just probably a not a killing wound. So at that point, my goal was I just want him to let me pet him so that I can touch him if he gets hurt again. And now I'm like, well, he gets along so well with Hermes, maybe we'll figure out. Now I'm thinking what to do with him in the winter, and
Oh, he's
You
gonna
know.
want to move in.
yeah.
Do you heat the studio in winter?
Yeah, the studio's heated, so he could totally
Even at
sleep
night?
in yeah. Yeah.
Oh, then
He
then
can
you'll
move into
probably
the studio, and actually maybe I'll put Hermes back out. Hermes used to sleep in the studio, so
make sure they
Put
get
them-
along completely well. Eh?
yes, it's all a big question mark right now. Like, how does this work? But
Because
We'll see.
Hermes doesn't sleep with you.
he does sleep with us. Yeah.
Oh well,
For the
Maybe
last
it's-
year, he slept with us, but for the first year, he slept in the studio.
I think
Although
he's
I
gonna be
most,
happy to sleep by himself, or you know.
well, he'd be with the other cat. That's the thing. They'd be
Does
together.
he get along with the other cats?
Yeah, very much. Yeah,
Which is
they
the
get
other
along.
cat?
Boy, Luca. He gets
Oh,
along with the
okay.
feral cat. So my
So
thought
that's
was maybe
amazing because they're two unneutered cats and they get along.
Well, Hermes is neutered.
I know, but the boy Muka.
Yeah, Boy Muka is not neutered. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they totally get along.
It's
Like,
amazing, you know, when I see like, I mean, my guy's Bengal, so they're a bit more territorial, but
mhm.
when, you know, you see all the time, like even people who hoard cats, I mean, they think they rescue them, but you know, they've got like dozens. And actually the cats get along.
Yeah.
Whereas
they
I think,
figure
you
it
know, why
out.
can't sometimes mine get along in this huge house? But I
Right.
think they make allowances for when they're in a bad situation to when they get fed and get a warm place and you know.
Right. Right. I think it's all very personality oriented. Mabel, like I said, has always can't really handle other cats. She and Hermes is very aggressive normally. He's not with Boy Muka, but he is with all the other boy cats that come into the yard. And he chased Mabel off a bunch of times until she stopped coming back. And I think that's like, I just think she's, yeah, Diana, looking good. That's a nice, easy beginning there.
So Leah, I'm gonna send you mine. I wanted to do ink, but I started making marks in pencils because not to get it wrong.
Mhm.
And I think I've got the measurements okay, but it doesn't look like a tiger. It looks more like a puma, maybe because I haven't got the stripes yet.
Let me see, and I'll tell you. I'll just look at the shapes and see. And you did that tiger that was sort of jumping,
No, the one was kind of crouching, drinking water.
crouching. Right. Hold on. I'm gonna pull that up too, so I can take a look.
I've got them side by side for you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, if you can send them side by side, I can really look at it. Let me see. I don't know. He looks pretty good to me. You've left, I was a little bit worried you hadn't left enough room, but you left enough room on the sides for each of them. Hold on,
Oh,
I'm
that was-
looking. You know what I think will help you, Sandra? Because remember, as always, that those curved lines in the back are really hard to get right. If you can
Right.
sketch in, let me show you. I'm going to sketch in some lines that you can kind of continue to help you. Here, hold on. I'm learning how to use the editing tool. So if you can.
I've now eaten my Stilleben.
Ha! If you can get these relationships, I think I'll send these over and you'll see I've sketched them. Do you see that? So once again, you've got that back center area, right? Which is the part of the back that's closest to you, and that triangle that it makes around the edge of the face. And then the
right.
legs
Yes, I
come
need
up.
those lines. Yes.
It's amazing. You know, everything that you guys are talking about, it's all what's in the front, what's in the middle, what's in the back. Isn't that interesting? Every single, I love how that works out.
These
love how
lines, in fact, is what attracts me to this
Right.
photo.
But what you want to be thinking about is less what it is and more, oh, this part is in the front, this part is in the middle, this part is in the back. And each of those has a different set of rules because they're farther away, right? Their perspective gets a little bit weirder, but like all kinds of things are happening there. So getting the relationship of those shapes to each other. We're also gonna do some practice on, I'm gonna start with I'm going to start with the ink drawing, the drawing class tomorrow. We're going to do a little bit more practice in measuring from life, so that you can understand this concept of shapes and how much they take in space, right? Because the thing that gets in our way of doing that is we think about a thing and then we automatically focus on it and then we automatically make it too big. So you've got to kind of step back. Really, drawing is about the macro. It's about it's about how all the pieces fit together. The stuff that's closest to you, the stuff that's in the middle ground, the stuff that's in the background, how the background fits with the subject, how the darks fit with the lights, right? All of these things kind of work. That's what you think about. Pieces, dark, light, shape, big, small, next to each other. Is there room for the, so Louise was caught up in the trees in the front and she didn't even think about the trees in the back, right? But we have to leave space for those. So how big is that space where those trees fit? If you define that first, then you can actually get the proportions right. But if you just focus on the trees in the front, of course you're going to make them too big. Everybody would. Anik getting stuck on, oh, how do I draw these flowers? It's not really about each individual flower. It's about the groups and the clusters close and far away. What's really nice about onyx is that you can actually see they're different colors, these clusters. So the stuff that's in the front is purple and the stuff that's in the middle is pink and something else. And the stuff that's in the back is kind of this rusty, orangey, hot pink color. They're different. So that makes it even easier. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for your gardening. Thanks for making it easy.
Yep.
Thanks for not making it one field of daisies.
No, I'm actually scared of, with these flowers a little bit, but I wanted to try them because they, when you look at them in nature, they have very complicated structure.
Yeah.
So it's perfect, I think, for me to learn how to simplify.
Right. Also, a great class for simplifying is printmaking. If anybody can ever get in there, it's just an automatic simplifier. It forces you to simplify like instantly, right? You guys, like all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I have to simplify this drawing. And what felt like kind of overwhelming detail, all of a sudden you're just automatically, instantly figuring that out. I didn't really think about that when I booked the class, but I think it's a really neat, helpful element for that.
Yep. Sure, it is fun. And it's a short class. It's only 1.5 hours.
I'm a bit alarmed about how much space the materials are taking already.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
yeah,
is
we were
one-
Even
talking
though I
about
wasn't
that.
gonna
We were
invest in
talking
any.
about that. That was excellent.
That is very true, Sandra.
So I think I'm keeping this class recorded. I think what I'm going to do is I'm not going to make this a public listing, but I am going to list it for you guys to access, because I think there's some helpful information in here on how to construct drawings. I'm not sure how helpful as a general class it is on a tutorial on one thing, but I will keep the recording on this one. So I think it will be helpful for you to refer to if you want to come back as you're continuing to work on these pieces.
Yeah, I know. That's my complaining girl.
We can't hear her.
She's complaining, but now I stopped paying attention to her.
Oh. Yes, I know that no animal in your care everyone in your care has hit the golden palace.
Yeah, so Leah, when I was doing this presentation,
Yes.
one of the things that, I was looking for my photos, and I sometimes, because I almost only post art on Facebook, I try to be not political or anything.
Right.
And I was looking at how many likes, the paintings get, and my ink almost gets more than my watercolors. And I'm
It's
thinking,
very dramatic. Black and white is very dramatic.
it's not that
easy
I've been
for-
using colored ink recently. I mean, like.
But my point is, when you limit your color palette, it's something that people respond to.
There's something about, I think it's just more fresh, there's something
Yep.
about it.
Yeah, it's more
But,
expressive, right?
Yes. And I
It's more
think people really
expressive.
love that.
Yep.
And I do too. So that's why I decided to maybe do more ink.
That's exciting.
Because the watercolor, in a way, takes a lot more effort and maybe is less appreciated.
I just think they both have a place, right? Like they both have this place. The ink forces you to work with your darks and your lights very severely.
Yes.
So it automatically is the nature of
More
it. You could
striking.
make
They're more striking.
you could make your watercolors do that too. So you could take that into watercolor like you did with your seals. You could do that, but it's a thing you kind of have to do, right? So it's a good habit to kind of go back and forth, and eventually they kind of flow into each other. But
Right.
it's also, Sandra, a confidence which you're gaining about your mark making, like your initial mark making, right? Like your drawing's getting better, your use of the tools is getting better. So you're getting you're able to feel more comfortable with your first tries and not trying to get everything, you know what I mean? Like allowing.
Yes, my watercolors are much more controlled.
They're controlled. And so are your pastels. That's okay. I get it.
But
That's
I like
exact-
that about a pastel, so.
Yeah, but this is what I like about ink. Ink is, as my teacher told me, changes everything. It forces you to move forward. Maybe you end up with something that you like. Maybe you end up with something that you don't, but you can't erase, you can't cover up as much. You're kind of forced to work with what you have, what your marks. And that is an interesting confrontation to have as an artist, right? You're all practicing now. And I remember when Bettina was working with ink, she was like, the hardest thing about this is just to accept how my marks look on the paper. like to actually accept that. And there's a kind of skill / acceptance / like fusion that's happening for you. That's kind of exciting in the ink.
I think, what was I going to say about ink? I forgot.
Nice, Annie.
I'm not
job.
sure. I thought
Yeah.
that I will see more when I do the underpainting, but actually I see even less.
Glazing green over the top and then or blue or some hot or Payne's gray or something, and then like start laying your top colors in and go to the areas that you can see. So maybe that's the back bushes, right? You don't have to start with the front.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I
when
was
I work
thinking.
flowers, I always like to do the flowers first, and I add in the background later.
Yep.
Everything that's the leaves and the stems is background. So you can also, when you start to lay in the flowers, start to work. And remember, use them in groups, right? Look at the groups of them. Don't try to do every individual flower. Start with the sort of top. So that's the sort of order in which it's the least overwhelming, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Edges. It's thinking about your edges.
Mhm.
Louise, how's
No,
it
you
going
say-
over there? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Sandra, go ahead.
Sorry, I know what I was going to say. When I was looking at all these things, at the end of the day, the most vivid is by far pastels,
Absolutely.
which is what attracted me to it in the first place. I hate how messy it is and how possibly toxic it is, but wow.
It's there's nothing like it. There's no
Right.
other medium like it. Honestly, the vibrancy of pastels is unparalleled. That's why we put up with what a pain in the ass they are.
And we know it lasts 500 years easily.
No, it's amazing. I mean, we've got Birch and Morrisseau pastels, we've got Odilon Redon pastels, we've got lots of pastels. Yeah, that's the reason that we go for it, is because
But it's also a lovely feeling,
It is. They're just a pain to store and and
Not
they're
so much
messy.
store, but the dust.
The dust is not great. I know pastel artists that have had to quit because they've actually inhaled too much dust.
Then
Like,
how
it's
do they feel then?
They're not well. So they move
In
to
what way?
they have respiratory problems. They've got, you
Really?
know what I mean? Yeah,
It's like
you're
that's,
inhaling
like
paint.
yeah, like
You're-
old teachers' disease. Yeah, when my grandpa was teaching, and there was a chalk in every classroom.
Yeah.
That's something like that.
Mhm.
Oh.
I mean, you
Except
can paint
that
with
the
a
chalk is
mask
just
on.
the problem. No, but what about the cats? The problem is some of the pigments are toxic,
Mhm.
so it's
Yeah.
worse than chalk.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen,
It's not just the particles.
the apple that you eat today is toxic. I mean, unless it absolutely, I don't even think if you eat an organic apple, you can confirm it doesn't have pesticides on it. Like, it's
Well,
like,
it's not supposed to, but
it's not supposed to, but it does. Listen, everything's gonna kill us. Like, at some point, like, that's
but
the question
hopefully
is,
later rather than sooner.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. But I mean, I think that's the complaint I've heard about both oil painting and
Pastels.
and
I never
pastel.
worried much about it until I got cancer. Although I don't think it's related.
Right.
But,
I don't think it's
but-
related to cancer.
But
right, of
now
course.
I also feel that the chemo was so toxic, and I want to stay away from toxic things.
Yeah.
And you can, like those Korean watercolors that are so nice, and like
Yes.
your synthetic
Yeah,
brushes,
watercolors I'm not worried about.
and there are fairly non-toxic Gamblin. If you were ever to go to oil paint, is a fairly non-toxic oil paint, and you know what I mean? There are definitely. I mean, I always think about that skeleton. I think I've talked to you guys about this. The skeleton they found somewhere in Italy in the 1400s. It was a young girl who had turquoise in her, all this turquoise in her jaw, in her tooth, in the back, in her jaw, in the back of her jaw. And they think she was a painter and she chewed on a paintbrush. Probably didn't live very long. Like, it's like, I don't know. I don't think she's a very old girl, but like, you're like, what lapis or whatever it is, what they used to like use
Oh,
to
yeah,
make school
lapis
blues.
lazuli.
Lapis, that's what it was.
Lapis.
Oh, Annika, very nice. All right, go for it. Annika, you could do a black and white. You could do a blue and white, a green and white, a red and white. You could do a single color, right? Do a single color underpainting.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks great. It's kind of exciting to see everybody working on their own thing, isn't it? This is how I used to teach all my classes. All my classes were like this. But I found over time that certain students were missing certain things consistently. So that's when I started introducing, let's see, yep. You could go even darker, Ani, go darker. Do a darker, heavier layer. I found that like there were certain things people were always struggling with. So I developed these painting tutorials, which I will often take you through as a way to like help develop it. But this is actually what I think is the most fun because everybody gets to kind of work on their own thing. And I can help you. We'll do a combination of both. And I think we're at a good phase in the summer. We're kind of ending. We got about a month left of the summer quarter. We tend to have a skeleton crew, right? Less people showing up, so we don't have as many new people. So I think this is a good moment to kind of push yourself out there. We'll go to another subject in the fall and decide what you guys want to, we'll all decide on what we want to do. But for the moment, let's just do what you want, you know. Do what you want to do. And of course, you can always do what you want to do. You do not have to come to class and do the assignment. You can do your own assignment. Yes, certain people like the giggler over here are like, you know, notorious for that. So like, you'll still learn. And Diana does it about half the time. She's such a fast painter that she can often do her own thing and the assignment in the same class, at least get them started. So it's not like she doesn't ever do it, but she lets her own pace dictate and her own interests dictate what she wants to do. And you all should do that too. And Sandra does as well. Sandra does what she wants to do. Sandra will continue with animals, I'm sure, if we move on to, as we move on to other subjects. That's totally fine with me. You should do what you want to do. Life is too short to not do what you want.
That's what I figured. Life is too short.
Life is too short, and like painting is hard. So what's going to keep you motivated? What's going to keep you motivated?
Can I show you like this, Leah?
Yeah.
And now I'm going to switch to ink. I don't know whether you can.
Yeah, it looks right.
I'm showing you on screen.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's looking great. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to switch to ink. There's a lot more pencil than I had expected, but I don't know. I thought if I was going to do marks, I should do them in pencil, and the next thing I know, I'm like doing the whole thing. But we'll see how it pans out. I had done that with one painting. I can't remember how it panned out or even which one it was.
We've got about half an hour left, you guys. So
Yeah, that's just about time to get the sketch up.
right. There you go, Louise. See, now you have the room for everything. Notice where your original lines were and where you moved everything. It's interesting, isn't it? I used to have a student that would be like, she used to, when I first got to Portland, I didn't know anybody and I lived in this tiny little apartment. And so she would open her house so I could teach figure drawing classes. And she was the prime example of somebody who'd be like, see, I had the arm over here, but it was really down here and over. It's like, it was really over here. She's so great. She was really great. Yeah, now I would say, do you feel like you have all your darks and lights kind of put in? I
still
don't, yeah,
one or
I think,
yeah.
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 And you can get in a little bit of those trees that are in these lights, right, in the background here, right?
Yeah.
Some of these like tree shapes, like up here.
Yeah.
So mark in all your dark, your medium, and your light shapes, and then you can go in and start with a painting. And since you're working in watercolor, I would say just a very light color.
Yeah.
Kind of like an orange or a burnt sienna or something like, or even a yellow. Something that will like, at kind of lightly, you're going to start sketching in those, you're painting in those darks.
Yeah.
Okay, good job. So see, you learned something, right? It's the way.
Fig leaves looks like cabbage.
They do kind of up close. They have that floppy,
Yeah.
they really do.
Ooh.
It's always good to think of paintings and drawings as problems that we have to solve, like a puzzle.
come is not here.
Meow. Did you hear that? That was pathetic. Meow. We can hear him. Sandra, we hear him.
Another cat is answering,
Oh, it's the other cat, right?
maybe.
Maybe it's Lion.
Yeah, maybe.
Lion might be out though. He's a bit of an escape artist.
Yeah.
You may want to at some point send your piece in to me. Linda, I haven't seen yours in a while. Are you feeling ready to send it or are you still working? I can maybe help you get over something is my only thought.
What you heard when I was calling Lion is Rabbit saying, I'm here, never mind him, I'm here.
That was hilarious.
They all do that actually.
They're all
If I
like,
call one and he's not here, ever like another one answers and says, no, never mind him, I'm here. I was
they're
just,
hilarious.
it's this Lion is always with us. I was wanting to make sure something's not wrong, but I just wanted some peace. And there he is back. Here I go. Here I go.
It's totally cabbage.
Okay.
I think my layout is done. I think my dog wants to go out. Taya's gonna take her. Be right back.
How's everybody doing? We've got about 20 minutes left. Oh, Diana, that's coming out nice already. Look
She's
at
gonna-
Diana's. Oh,
She went
is.
to walk the dog.
Look
mean,
at you
to
guys,
take
this,
road.
look at this piece though. Look at how it, because of its light darks, because of the shapes, because of the balance, look at how it's already starting to look like a painting. Let's see, Linda. Hey, Linda, that's looking great. So now just, huh?
Yep. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's looking fine. There you go. Look at how those, Audie, because you start to add those greens in, it looks really fantastic. What's your issue? What's up?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just, because there's, I don't know if you can see it in the picture, but there's a branch of sorts
Mhm.
coming across the ladder, and I'm just not sure whether it's too much detail for the
You
final.
can put it in later. Don't put it in now. You can put it in later if you want to. It's pretty though. Yeah, I think the really big thing, and go ahead and add in the little, good job on that sketch. Go ahead and add in the little grasses. And then the other thing I'm going to recommend, are you painting in oil, Linda, or acrylic?
Acrylic.
Okay, so the other thing I'm going to recommend is that you just pencil in the transition of the background from light to media to foreground to back, right? Because I can show you exactly what I mean. Here, where's your piece?
They're
See
like
what's
making
going on.
mark lines or something. Or,
Yeah, I'm going to show you what I mean here. I'm
Yeah.
gonna edit
And the
it.
grass is in, but it just didn't come on
Got
the
it.
picture. to be
Okay,
honest, yeah.
perfect. All right, so I'm bringing this in like this. All right. Okay, yes, so there's a transition from here. That's the foreground. This is the middle ground. Sorry, that's the background, middle ground, and foreground. So you'll see,
I'm back. Sorry.
very nice work, Diana. Already that's a painting is reading very nicely.
Thank you.
So Linda, you'll notice there's a texture difference between those three
Mhm.
areas that I demarcated. There's a value difference. And so you're gonna spend, and it takes up a significant amount of real estate in this painting. So it's, even though it's subtle, you're still gonna be working on those edges of that background as much as you are what's happening in the front.
Mhm.
So I'm just printing those out. So once again, because it seems to be the theme, right? We're working on foreground, middle ground, background. What is happening in all those different areas? Notice the foreground is always towards the bottom of the paper. Notice some parts of the foreground will move into what we consider middle ground or background. If you have a tree going up, right? It will, of course, intersect with those other areas, but it just means that that's foreground and everything behind it is middle ground or background. It's a simple way of thinking about it.
It's a cool picture.
It is. That's Linda.
It is a really cool picture.
Thanks. Okay.
And they're all cool pictures.
Yeah.
Leah, do you think it would make sense to start with oh gosh, I forgot.
I would like to do it. I think you should do something warm because it's got, so I would do oranges as your base.
Yeah, but like
burnt-
as a base, right? Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
meant.
I think you should start with the base of oranges and burnt
Mhm.
siennas and yellows
Mhm.
as your base, and then everywhere, get them everywhere, and then glaze in, blues on top. Or like Payne's Gray. I'm really having a kind of love affair with Payne's Gray right now. That's
I
one
love
of
Payne's
my favorites.
I figured
It's a softer dark, but it's really, it's bluer, but it's just so rich. It's a beautiful color. Yeah, so start with like something kind of warm as your base, and then you'll build the other colors on top. And you should be able to do your base pretty quick, Linda, so you can probably finish it. I would challenge you to finish it in the next 20 minutes.
Oops,
So use a
don't
big brush. Use a
What
big
pressure.
brush and don't get too caught up in detail. Use a big brush.
Okay.
All right, I'm checking with you.
the pressure.
Yeah, no pressure or anything. I know Linda
No,
can
exactly.
do it. I know Linda can do this. I am quite aware of what you all can do. I don't want to send anybody into a heart attack. I know what I can, I know who can do this.
I'll try. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Big brush.
Yeah.
You guys want to go out?
I turned to my big brush.
Diana.
It's another freshness to have a big brush.
Oh, now there you go. There you go. It's gonna be a wonderful painting. And what's really nice about it, Louise, is that you've got the lights and darks marked out really clearly. So now I would pick a kind of light orangey color, maybe burnt sienna if you have it, to very lightly paint in your darkest areas. Remember to leave the white areas white, right? And just focus on the darks. And this you might be able to get somewhere with. I'd like to see you at least get all the trees in, the dark trees in the next 15 minutes. Oh, I get on a roll. I have to do the thing. I guess the point is not to get too fussy on these first layers. And before I forget, tomorrow we're totally gonna do this cheetah. Little cheetah, I think. Because what a doll
I'm going to
face.
send you where I'm at. This is just the light ink sketch. Where I can still correct if something is wrong, I think.
Right. Isn't you, I think now you've just defined why ink is in some ways okay. Because if you do it light enough,
If you do it like this, yes.
yeah, you can like, it's the strategy, right? It's absolutely the strategy.
It's that paper that allows to do that. If you were
Yeah.
working on rice paper, forget it.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely not. Yeah.
Face looks wonky.
Yeah, let me look at it. It's pretty good shape. Is his
Should I-
head turned or something? Is that why it's
Well, no,
kind of
it
bigger?
does look turned, doesn't it? But I don't
It's
think it is.
because it's wider on
It's
our
because
left.
it's not actually wide. It's because part of what makes it narrow on the right is actually a stripe. Let me show you next to the
Okay.
photo.
Okay, yeah.
I think if I had a stripe to the left, it
Little,
hopefully looks similar.
ooh.
Ah, sorry.
It happens.
No, I was going to send it to Saturday, but thank God there was one last step.
His head is slightly turned, actually, Sandra. So it is, that's actually okay. It's in good shape.
Okay.
Make sure, I'm just looking at I feel like his, the only thing I wanted to show you is here. I feel like if you hold up I'm gonna hold a straight edge here. Can you see that his chin comes down a little? Oops, here, hold on. Let me push this up so you can actually see this. All right. Can you see that his chin comes down a little bit lower than his paws?
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
so bring that down just a little bit. And that also kind of helps emphasize because that part of his face is closer to us, so it's a little bit bigger, right, than normal. That's foreground, the paws are middle ground.
So yes, how did I get that wrong? Because I knew that.
You know, it's easy to get that kind of stuff wrong. It's not that wrong, and also
It's very
it's
little. It's
it's
mostly
small,
hairs.
but it makes a difference, right? It makes a
Yes.
difference.
But I'm now wondering whether.
I have a lamp to prove it.
Yeah. Are you working on it now?
No.
You've got 10 minutes left. Those of you working on
You're
your.
stressing us out, Leah.
I'm just kidding. Indeed.
I mean, part of the pleasure is not looking at the watch, which is why you're bored and looking at it because you're not painting.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
Oh, you're not painting today, Leah?
I am painting after I'm done. I have solved 8 painting problems that are not mine. The last 2 hours. It does take a certain amount of concentration. I'll be
Oh.
painting when I hang up with you guys. I can show you what I'm working on now. It's kind of liking it.
Okay.
I was actually researching oil techniques to avoid dead spots because I'm back with oil now.
Yeah, it's easy to get.
Yeah, I've read a couple of really great blog posts. This is what I'm working on. It's kind of half painted, half
Where are
not.
you? You're in the wrong speaker thing. I put on gallery so I can see.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Oh, I sent it across the thread.
Ah, okay.
I sent it across the thread. I'm really happy with how this one is turning out. I have others. I have 3 cityscapes in oil I'm working on right now. I like all of them. But this is, although I don't know, I kind of like this one too. Here, I'll send this as well so you can see it. Like where this is going. Yes, I've been trying to get back into oil this week. So that's one. Just more experimenting. That one's successful. This one this one's not, it's not quite gelling. So, oh, thank you. This one here on the wall with the other guy holding the umbrella. That one I'm working on. It's not, I'm letting it dry for a couple of days and then I'll go back into it. But yeah, so I'm kind of working this cityscape that's a little bit looser and more bright. It's I'm not quite sure what I'm doing, quite honestly. I feel that my ferns have changed me, but if I try to put words on it, I'm going to wreck it. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put paint.
Oh, I love a yellow sky.
It's kind of neat, right? Like it's a little bit orange. So I basically was playing with the idea that I'm using blues and oranges alternatively, but
Thanks,
mostly, yeah, but then I'm pushing my oranges quite yellow because I actually have a great love for yellow skies. I noticed that people either love them or hate them.
I find it, I love what's very luminous. So I love this orange, and I think you've had some orange in the past, Leah.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that.
So now I'm trying to figure out like how to, I've been reading some really interesting blog posts about how to avoid, like how to layer oils, which are different, you know, it's different. You have to be a little bit more careful with how you use mediums, and you have to do what they call this method called thick over lean or lean over thick. So if your bottom layers have too much oil, like medium, right? So the paint is oily and then you add like, I don't know, Gamvar or even Gamsol to it. It will suck in the top layers and you'll get these spots on your paintings that are totally dead. They don't. So it's fascinating. I've been reading, it's just more technical than like acrylic.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why
why you don't use oil, right? Like,
Yeah.
because it's annoying. I know, and I haven't been in oil for 6 months, and I was like, I have got to figure this out. Like, so I started reading up on it, and there's actually quite a lot of work on the discussion on it. So there's a couple of really great blog posts I've read, and I'm toying like this. Oh goodness, it's just very yeah. So I'm appreciating getting back in, and I definitely have collectors and patrons who are waiting for cityscapes, and they're also, they want oil. Like, and I want to work with oil and figure it out. So these are what you're getting are my kind of 3 projects I'm working on this week. The ones I like the best, I'll turn bigger. I might shift the colors.
Yeah, that's a good way of working.
But I'm just trying to find my feet. Like, it's just the medium's so different and the subject is so different that I'm trying to see what's happening without me really thinking about it. I'm trying to sort of maintain that looseness without kind of I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm playing with color.
You do.
I'm picking colors that I don't normally use, color combinations I don't normally use.
So you're
Um,
experimenting, that's great.
I'm experimenting a lot, and I don't really know what the final result will be, except that I really love the first painting that I sent to you. I'm very happy with every aspect of this. I was actually sitting in the back of my boyfriend's truck because we were giving somebody a ride home in Seattle. And I was
Of
taking
course, it was
pictures.
raining.
Yeah, and I was taking pictures out the window, out of the back window of the truck as we were driving, and this is like one of them, and I'm like, oh my God, these are really great. They have this sort of weird, grainy, kind of rocky quality to them. That's really funny. Yeah, I guess I find working on stuff like this, because I'm worried about the material stuff, I tend to not, if I was working in acrylic, I'd totally paint with you guys, or watercolor, but these ones I actually want to be able to focus on.
Maybe you can do it on Sunday
Yeah, it just depends.
when other people work in oil.
Yeah, or like I just work with other people. I mean, it's okay. I don't need to paint on my own stuff while I'm working with you guys. It's
No, you could have painted a tiger or something.
yeah, I could have if I wanted to. I don't really, this is what I'm thinking about. My head
You'd
is,
rather stress us about the clock.
I'm gonna stress you. Yes, that's right. I live to stress you. Live to stress you. Yeah, just some things are harder to, particularly when you're in an experimental stage, it's hard to, you don't want to put words on it. It kind of wrecks things. It breaks things a little bit.
And this is unusual for me. I have not even thought about the background. That's,
Well, the background is nice. That dark background is really spectacular. Maybe you just leave it. It's
no,
looking
it's
super.
too flat. It's too flat.
But you can darken it with, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
Payne's gray or something. I mean, but that's why you're not thinking about it, because it's playing so nicely with your front
Yeah,
colors.
that's probably right.
Yeah, you don't want it looks great, so you don't want to compete with that too much. That's what I like about painting, is that we can surprise ourselves, right? With the right composition, we surprise ourselves. Okay, we're going to go another 5 minutes. It's kind of towards the end of class, but we're going to go a little bit.
Yeah, that's maybe what I do. I'll do like a Payne's gray or a, just can't be flat.
Yeah.
Actually, the reason I've never painted a tiger is you have too many stripes.
Yeah, but this one's not too bad because
No,
the
the body
stripes
has
are
got
limited.
very few, which is
Yeah, the
part of what I
stripes are
like.
limited. Yep.
My solar people are here.
Ah, all right, Diana, have fun. Have
Hi,
fun.
Diana.
Go solar.
Bye.
Bye.
We didn't hear the dog bark.
Let's go a bit longer. I like it. Linda, I like this. I like this. I can see, even with your blurry background, actually you look like a painting right now, yourself, that you're painting. You look like a moving painting. Let's work a little bit longer. See, Sandra, I'm not that bad.
I was thinking, Leah, the difference between these body shapes that you sent me,
Yeah,
how to make a difference between that and the stripes. And I guess the difference is that the stripes are going to be completely black.
yeah.
And these
Everything
lines
gets
are
a
gonna be
little
lighter.
bit more faded in the background, right? As things move back, we have less detail. And
But you
the
know how to make the
values,
difference between the stripes and the body shapes. And I guess if I look at the photo,
the
body
contrast
shapes.
gets, yeah.
so I guess some of them are dark, like these are shadowed,
But they're not, yeah, but most are not equally dark. They're pushed back like one value. And also it'll be an edge thing. It'll be softer. So you'll have less contrast in your background areas. The front, the stripes are very dark and the whites are very white, right? The lights are very light. So that will be where the most detail comes. It's also like so Sandra, if you look up here, you know how you got when you do the kitty fur with the stripes down
Right.
here versus up here, we just make them a little softer and a little bit like fuzzier, like there's just less detail in them.
right.
What it's, if you look at Linda's picture of the boat here, I'll point it out. I'll pop this up for a second.
Right.
So it's a similar situation. I don't know if you guys can see it, but here, the water gets very clear and lighter. And that's because it's going away and we can't really see these ripples. The ripples kind of stop here. Actually, the ripples are kind of taken up with this section here. So like different things are happening in different areas and things get softer and less distinct as you move farther back. They also get a little bit bluer, a little bit sort of lighter bluer as you move back. That is another thing that happens. Although in a situation like this, less so. Nice, Anik. You've gotten very far. See how far we can get. Are you feeling sort of inspired on how to go forward too?
I think I know how to go forward, but I see like 5 more layers.
Yes, but it's not overwhelming. Look at how far you got in one session. Bravo.
That's true. The scariest flowers are still to be done.
Right.
The pink ones.
The pink one, the ones that are right. The ones are in the middle ground there. Yep. That's okay, but that can be done last, right? Lay down these little sort of values and go. All right. Let's go 5 more minutes. And then I just want you to hold up where you're at. So, and it doesn't matter. If you're not done, it's okay. I'm not going to beat you. Okay, I was explaining to Mariana about since you all know who Lotto is, I was explaining how funny, how Lotto predicted back when we met 15 years ago that I would be running an art school. And he called it Madame Leah's Art Academy. He's like, you're going to be, and now you know what he sounds like, so you'll really get this when I say this.
But he looks very young. How old is he?
He's my age, 54.
Okay, he looks young.
Yeah. He's you know, he's done, he's landed well. He started out hard, but he landed well. He says, Leah, you're gonna start the academy. You know, you're here, you're studying, you're gonna teach the things that nobody else teaches in America, because nobody teaches drawing anymore. No one, Leah. It's just you will do this, and you will hire me. You will hire me. Yes, Leah, Madam Leah's, like, because I was at that time, I was like 6 years in and feeling very insecure about, because I wasn't getting the training that I'm giving you guys. And he was like, oh, you're gonna get it. You're not only gonna get it, you're gonna be able to,
you're gonna teach it,
and you're gonna be able to teach it better than it's being taught anywhere else, because you're not so caught up in the perfectionism of it. And that was really true. Like, oh, very nice. So Louise, look at how those darks are playing off those lights already. See how like compelling that is when you save enough space for everything, right? When you save the spaces for everything, the whites and the lights, it's a fantastic place to stop. Okay, everybody, stop what you're doing. Hold up your paintings.
Okay,
Melissa just came in. How's your back today?
A lot better.
Good. All right, hold on. Linda, turn off your, oh, Annika, honestly, you've got to start doing this. Come over here and look at these, you guys. Here.
I was
Look
trying to
at
turn
these.
off the background.
Yeah, turn off the background. Here's Melissa.
There we go.
Amy's here too. We're doing production work today. Look at what everybody did today.
They're all different. Oh, that's
Yeah, I have to.
nice.
oh wow, it looks great, Linda.
Yeah.
And it's great. Louise,
These are looking awesome.
I really like the
Look at
variety
that.
of the work, you guys.
Everybody,
like the
here,
plant.
hold on. I want you to hear this. Like, go ahead, say it again.
I really like the plant one. That's,
Yes, I like the variety. of
but
the
I'm a
work.
plant nerd. I'm such a plant nerd.
Yeah.
The
Santa
trees
Cruz.
are coming together nicely. How you can see the perspective, the atmospheric perspective is working
Mhm.
out. And that tiger's got good detail.
Oh my God, you guys, it's all looking great.
Is that a bridge?
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
like that.
All right, have a wonderful day, rest of the day. Poland, LA, Washington, DC. I always love saying that. And we'll see some of you tomorrow and carry on. We'll see you guys later. Great
Bye.
work. We'll just keep working on this
Bye.
next week.
bye.
Proud of
Thank
you.
you.
Very good. You guys
Bye.
are doing great. Bye.
But Diana, we didn't see yours.
One of the things I want to practice with you guys is this concept of this. What's happening when this is happening? Anybody seen an artist doing this? Have you seen me doing this, right? This is how you measure anything. And it's not exactly math as much as it is visual spatial understanding, right? Awareness of how much space things take up. We are very rarely asked to do that in our regular lives. It's hard. It's like kind of a new system of thinking. So this practice that we're going to do today, I'm going to show you how to measure a real thing that you can't print off, that you can't touch, right? I'm going to show you how to measure a real thing and how to kind of construct a still life. So are you ready for that? So everybody, you can take a pencil. I have my brush. You can take anything that's kind of long and straight. The key here is that I'm going to use my thumb to measure the bottom of whatever I want to measure. And I'm going to, oh, this is kind of confusing. So here, I'll do it like this. So there's a clear top. I'm going to use the top to line up the top of wherever I'm measuring. And I'm going to use my thumb to measure the bottom of whatever I'm measuring. I'm also going to make sure I keep my hand straight. If I bend it between here, if I touch, if I go and I touch, if I start like this, and the key is to keep this arm and this brush or this line parallel, hi Sandra, parallel to the computer screen. Okay, or parallel to your subject, meaning that like they'll never, you're not going to be leaning in, you're not going to be leaning out that way. So let's turn this around. First, we're going to pop me up. Actually, yes, first we're going to do that. And next, we're going to flip the camera around. Okay, ignore all the stuff on the right. Does everybody see that French press with a little bit of coffee in it? So if I were to draw that French press, what is the first thing I want to determine? What's that?
The height.
Yes, the height. Right. So using my pencil, and again, I'm going to switch back here so you see what I'm doing. I'm going to wait. There. I'm going to switch to the front so you can see what I'm doing. So here, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my pens, my straight edge, to find the halfway point. Notice I'm winking. It often helps to keep one eye closed as you're doing this. I'm going to find the halfway point of that. I'm going to see what lands at the halfway point of this entire thing from here down to here. So go ahead. I'm going to flip it around so you can see it. Go ahead and look at it and see if you can tell me where's the halfway point, or what's happening at the halfway point. As I thought. Where is the halfway point on this subject?
I'm not going to answer, I promise.
Yeah, don't answer. Good. Yeah, but good to practice it. Where is it? Francesca, Claudia, Jackie, where is it? Where's the halfway point?
If you measure to the top of the thing you press, the plunger, I think it's just above the X on the pot.
You mean like right here?
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. Another way to put it is, do you see the top line of the coffee?
Oh, yeah.
So that's the top line of the coffee. I'm not talking about the front line, which is not the top line, right? It's this back line here.
Yeah.
Yep, that's about the halfway point. Absolutely. So at its widest point, which is probably from here to here, how wide compared to how tall is that?
Half, more or less.
No,
From here to here?
no.
No. Just
Yeah, half
the
is the glass. Half is the glass.
Okay.
But what about the?
I'd say 3/4.
Yep, or up to about here, right? So once you're structuring, so do you see how that is like super helpful in terms of helping you structure, right, what you're going to do? If I want to come back here, or hold on. So the first thing I'll do when I get to my paper is I'm going to mark the bottom, I'm going to mark the top, right? And then I'm going to find the halfway point. And at that point, I'm going to get the width using my half, my 3/4. So I start to structure, and then I use that object I use those measurements because I verified them, right? I know them to be true. I use those measurements to measure everything else. Does that make sense? So I don't try to randomly place something and then use that to measure. I use these measurements to place everything else. So for example, there's a coffee cup. Here. All right, so the first thing is I put the coffee cup in the front. So what gets measured first? The height of the coffee cup or the height of the French press? Claudia? What gets measured
The
first?
height of the, isn't it the object closest to you?
Yes.
So the coffee cup?
Yes, yes. So if you measure the top of the coffee cup, and when I say this, I mean from here to here, not from here to here, but from here to here. How many cups tall is the French press? And when I mean that, I mean, how tall is this still life together, right? I don't mean translating from here to here. I mean, start by finding out what's the height from here to here. Jackie?
It's twice.
Yep, it's twice. So when I come back here, and then the width of those two objects. So now that I have changed the still life by putting this here, right? Now that I've changed my still life by putting this here, the width is a little different. It's not just the width from here to here, it's the width from here to here. So what is the width at the widest point, which would be from here to here, compared to the height of the still life? These two objects together.
I mean, to me, it looks a little more than 3/4, just maybe closer to 7/8.
Okay, don't do that to yourself. You'll make yourself crazy.
Okay.
But I think it's about 3/4. Really, it's kind of up to here. From here down to here is the width. So then the third thing you'll do is you'll find the halfway point. So now that you've determined the top of the French press right to the bottom, you'll see that the bottom comes about here. You can find the halfway point, or you can you can determine that this comes up to about here on the cup, right? Just a little bit higher than the cup. Then you can find your halfway point, maybe between here and here. Use that. Find quarter points, right, to help you locate this. So everything that you determine as you're drawing a still life comes from those first measurements. Does everybody understand that? And do you understand how to get them? Okay, here's one more. How many, because this is something people mess up a lot. From here to here, how many of these fill up the cup from vertically? Do you understand what I'm asking? Sometimes it's hard to put words on this. This is why people don't teach it very often. It's really hard to put words on it. One. If I was to measure the height of this and using these two as my first measurement. Yes.
Okay.
So now you know, once you get the height of something, if you divide it into thirds, that's where this line is. Got it? Super helpful, right? You can use that. Then you can use this to measure things like this.
Take that.
Right? So the key is, I think the biggest confusion that people have, I'm gonna, here, hold on, remove the spotlight and come back here. We're gonna be doing more of this practice every time because I think the biggest problem that people have with this is that they put something randomly in there and then they use that to measure everything. So if you've ever had one of those drawings where you're like, everything looks wrong and I don't, you know what I mean? I don't even know. It's because you didn't start with a standardized measurement that you know to be correct. That makes sense? Yeah. And that you have anything that you measure has to be a verified distance before you use it to measure anything else. So that's the key. You could use the cup to figure out this, right? To find out where this is, right? You might divide this in half and see where that goes, right? In relation to that, but you're not going to guess where this goes because I can tell you, you'll be wrong. You're going to make it too big. Which is what everybody does when you're drawing a cup. Does that make sense?
I have a question though.
Yeah.
Which is probably the next thing you do, that I understand how to work out the height and the width, but I always put the line for the width in the wrong place because
put it at the halfway point.
Okay.
Put it at the halfway point. So instead of finding the width at the widest point, put it at the halfway point. This is that, in this case, it's here.
We can't
happens to be the, oh, right, sorry, hold on. Put it at the halfway point, then you know you've got it in the right place. And then you measure at the halfway point. That's what I would do here. Hold on, let me reverse here so I can show you. If you put it here, this is the halfway point, right? It happens to be the widest place. That isn't always it. But if you locate the halfway point and you find the width at the halfway point, then you know it's in the right place. Then you can move up or down. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Use your halfway point to figure out kind of where things are, right? If I go halfway here, I think I'll probably come to about here, which is about where this is, which tells me I could, you know what I mean? Like that starts to tell me kind of where things are in relation to everything else.
Yeah.
That's the challenge, is to keep track. And, you know, I'll be honest with you. This is what I'm teaching you is system thinking. This is what no one teaches themselves. Anybody who's taught themselves to draw has not taught themselves this way. They don't know how to do it, right? If you have not been taught the system, there is no way you can build upon the system. So this is the very beginning building blocks of any drawing or painting. And that is what anyone who kind of knows what they're doing, that's what they're doing, right? That's what they're doing. Whether they, that is, and really it's the only way to do it. It's like, you know, guessing, as we have learned, doesn't work. Like, right, trying to guess, you always get things too big or too small because your left brain doesn't really understand where things are in relation to other things. It also requires that you think about the entire, sorry, I keep pointing to something you can't see. It requires that you think about the entire subject, which could be a French press or a French press with a cup in front of it. It requires you to think about this. This is key systemic thinking. And the more you practice it, the more you'll see, if you can get this, you can get anything. This is the base upon which you build it. If you get nothing else out of this lesson, I just want you to get that. So when we come to this kitten and I'm doing the same things with the kitten, you can also measure. You do not need a printout and you do not touch. If you're measuring from the computer screen, do not touch the computer screen. If you're measuring from a paper, do not touch the paper. That will change your angle. Probably the next most advanced part of this, and I'll show you, which Diana kind of mentioned in class last week, I'll show you very quickly before we get started, is you can also do things like check angles. So I'll try to demonstrate that a little. So I've got my arm straight out here, right? And I can see the angle of the chin, the cheek, and the ear. And if I could come, I keep my arm straight and I come over here, I can check my angle against my drawing. If I do this and this, then it doesn't work. But if I do this, see how that works? That's what people are doing. But no need to mind blow you. We're going to draw this kitten in either, I'm going to do the demo in ink today. Any other questions, by the way, before we go on? Does that make sense to you guys? Anything else? I know it's like, it's a lot, but once you start to think this way, and the more you practice it, the more it'll feel the more it'll feel natural. And you will feel less flummoxed by anything that's going on. What happens if you don't do this is that you get flummoxed if you see, I don't know how to do ears, I don't know how to do hair, I don't know how to do baby animal faces, I only know how to do big animal face. You know what I mean? You start creating these ideas in your head. It really doesn't matter what the thing is. Measurements are measurements, right? And then you can proportion them up or down depending on how big the space is that you're working. That's really the basis of it. Okay, so it's a Will cutie.
Can I ask a Kitten question?
Absolutely.
I sort of wanted to try, and I don't want to disrupt the whole class, so just say no, but I sort of wanted to try doing it, like, remember how we were doing like the monochrome underpainting and painting?
You can paint it if you want to. You're still going to have to draw it.
No, I know, but like, so then can I do it like when we were doing the black and white stuff?
Yes.
And it was that grease something or other?
Oh, yeah, totally. You could do it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my brain. Yes, Griside.
That's it.
Griside. Yeah. You can totally do it. So if you want to draw this for painting, you should draw on a canvas and you should use a pencil at the beginning. So I just wanted to review some materials because I realized that we have some people who are newer. I'm making assumptions that you know stuff that I don't necessarily think you do. So I'm going to send you a series of pictures across the thread. Claudia, are you on this thread? Yeah. Okay. This is the paper that I'm using called Bristol. So you'll see it'll show up on the thread like this. It's called Bristol paper. And that's right here. Here is my source. Here is what my whole setup looks like. It's a little bit difficult to see, so I wanted to send it to you. What I have here, the camera's up here. What I have here is my paper, my source, and then down here is a piece of scratch paper so I can test, which is really important when you're working with water-based medium, because you don't want to go too dark. You need to test on the paper before you go. Is this helpful? I kind of thought it would be helpful. And then here's the materials I'm using. See, I took a lot of time to set up today. Here's the materials I'm using for today's lesson. I'm happy to be using Sumi ink, but you could also use Higgins ink, right? I have this awesome non-animal, animal friendly. Most of these Sumi calligraphy brushes are made in, bamboo brushes are made with goat hair. This is a synthetic and it works really great. I've got a bamboo pen. And I've got 2 jars of water, which I'm going to be employing quite often as I start the lesson. And then lastly, but not least, over here behind my screen is my blankie. I'll always have some of this, right? So I can wipe off things as they go. So once again, as a practice, excuse me, as a practice, the first thing we're going to do is sketch this kitty out using a watered down ink. Now, why is that? I'll show you. I'm dipping my brush in ink here, and it makes a beautiful line. But then if I try to get rid of it, I can't. See how it's like kind of solid in there? Even with my blankie, I can't get rid of it. However, if I take that same brush that I've just dipped in ink and gotten all over my hands, hang on, look at that. And I swirl my brush around in the water, I will still get an inky line, but it's a line that as long as it's still wet, I can delete for the most part. See that? Here's our erasing. We start with a watered down ink. If I want it even lighter, I dip back in my brush again, my water again. Some points, I usually just stop using the ink at the beginning because I have this inky water now, and I just use the water with the ink in it. So go ahead and do that if you want to. Make some marks on your paper. I know you just go ahead and get ready, Jackie, for your painting. I think that's great. Right. And then if you want to sort of dip and get, go right into the ink and make some, we're just goofing right now. Look what happens when I put the ink on wet. This is still wet. Look what happens. I get this kind of watery effect. If I wait till things dry, let's see what's actually dry here. Got to wait a minute for things to dry. Then I can lay this down on top with less watery marks. But if I lay it down when it's wet, woo, sometimes that's awesome. This looks like a slug to me. I love slugs. All right. You can do these kind of soft brush so that the brush kind of pulls back together into a, it's unlike a lot of paintbrushes, the brush kind of pulls back together. So you can do tiny little points. All right. And then we have the pen. Now the bamboo pen is really unwieldy. And lately I've found that if I dip this in ink, right, I dip my brush in ink, my bamboo pen in ink, maybe I can only do 1 or 2 marks with it. But if I dip it in the water, I have a little bit more. I can go a little bit longer. So you could totally dip your bamboo pen in water too. I've been doing that a lot. When I'm like, I can't keep going back for every stroke. So go ahead and like play with that, with those techniques. A lot of this learning, it's funny, intellectually, I think it's really easy to understand this learning. I think it's another thing altogether to, it's another thing altogether to do it with your hands, right? So that's, of course, the practice. It's a repetitive practice that we get to with the measuring, with the using any tool, where it's one thing to intellectually understand it. You guys are all really fast intellectually. I know you intellectually understand everything I'm telling you. It's another thing to then have the tool in your hand and be like, oh my God, what do I do? So I'm just doing a little bit of review before we get into this. You guys can play around as much as you want. I'm going to start to mark off. I'll show you the top and the bottom of the kitten. So if we want to use our practice, where is the halfway point of the kitten? Before I mark it, where is it? Use your brush. Use your tell me. From here, the top to the bottom, the lowest. Where is that top? Where's the top and bottom of the kitten? Oops, sorry, here we go. I'm not going forward until somebody speaks. Francesca, your turn. I can't hear you, my dear, you're muted. She's like, I'm looking. She's squinting, it's good. Form looks good. Jackie, Claudia?
It's just below the chin. Isn't it?
Yeah, anybody else have a different idea? Let's try it out. I'm going to mark it. This is how I like to do it. I check it. Okay, so now here, actually, I'll use a pencil. It's not dirty. Or a Sharpie. Let's use a Sharpie so you can see it. So now, right, I can check here. So see, I'm lining up the top of my Sharpie with the top line here. And I'm putting my thumb where the halfway point is. Now I'll come down here. Exactly right, Jackie. Yep. Anybody get anything different? Okay. So now I'm going to do the same thing to find the quarter points. Kind of guessing. One. Nope. Too high. Really, it's kind of just below that bend in the leg here. 1, 2, and then once I found 1/4 point, I could just come up here, right, and find the other quarter point. So if I were to then draw a line from here, don't worry, I've got another, right? Now we kind of know the vertical distance and we know where things are. So the first thing I've got to do is I come over here, because I'm working in ink, I'm going to take a very watered down. So you can see I'm testing down here to make sure it's watery enough. And I'm just going to lightly mark the top and the bottom. I'm not measuring, I'm just determining how tall I want to make it. I'm not trying to do a 1-to-1 transmission. I'm just looking at my paper and seeing what I think would be nice. Gonna have to deal with that later. And then very lightly, I'm gonna say 1, 2, right? I'm finding my halfway points and my quarter points. Some days I'm good at this, other days not so good. You'll find it goes back and forth. Oh, wait, I don't want you there. I'm not worried about stuff like this. This stuff we can like kind of work around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So see, with very light dots. And I might even like kind of see how I'm pulling them out so they're lighter. I can still see them, but they're lighter. Same here. And then Jackie, you were asking where to find the width, right? So
This is where I get lost.
well, yeah, because sometimes the width is the widest point and sometimes the widest point is lower or higher. So the way I like to think about it, I always find the width. This is what I like to do. I like to find, I know exactly why, and that's a good point to get lost. You're absolutely right, unless you're explaining it. What did I just do with my, oh, here we are. Okay, so I like to kind of draw a box around the outside edges of the figure. So this is the lowest point, right? And I think these things kind of line up, like the ear on this side lines up with the side of the body. So I've got a little box here, right? Which shows me how wide things get. I mean, yeah, you could be picky about it and say it's more like this, or I haven't quite drawn it straight, whatever. It's early in the morning here, right? So when I come here to find my width at the halfway point, even though it goes past the kitten, right? This is how wide it goes. Does that make sense? So you can still add it, even if that's not what's happening here, if that makes sense to you. So now I'm going to come here, hold on, with my Sharpie and check the measurements. Wait, I'm going to start with this. I'm going to start with the halfway point and see that essentially the kitten at the widest part, which is down here, is half the width. So, and that this 1, 2, here's where it gets a little tricky. Come down here, actually. This width is the same as half the height. So I can come here and I can see that it's not exactly centered, right? I can see it's a little bit more to the right of the vertical than it is to the left. So I'm checking this 1, 2, yep. So the width is right. Now I'm like, the best way to kind of guess to estimate whether you've got this much enough on the left side and more on the right side is I'll measure the right side and compare it to the left side. 2. So I don't know if you can see this, but it's a little bit like 1, 2, 1 3/4. So if this is the this is the 1, 2. Oh yeah, I need to scoot this a little bit more this way. Which means this comes here. Which needs to be a little bit wider here. 1, 2. Oh yeah, it's right. Wait a minute. Yeah, is that right? Or maybe I need to scoot it. Nope, I'm wrong. Need to scoot it a little bit more this way. So you see how I'm making new marks? 1, 2, 3. So by the time I bring my third, so now let's see, just to try and make it clear, I'm going to scrub out these and these, and I can see that this, and this, right? That's the correct proportion of the distance. Does everybody get that? Or do you need more explanation on that?
That is exactly where I get lost.
All right. Yeah, it's confused. So find the widest part, but you're going to draw the line here. Or just give in this case, because we're working with ink, we don't want lines, right? We're dotting. And I'm just double checking to make sure. 1, 2, 3. Yep. So go ahead and send me this little box of yours when you think you've got it, and I'll check it. And it's okay. Yes, Jackie, it's complex. There we are. And you got to ignore all these little messed up areas, right, that I can't really erase. Here's my vertical. So send that to me when you think you've got those marks in place, in the right places, and I will check. This is the hard part, the kind of determining. I mean, if you wanted to, you could you could sort of look at what's happening exactly halfway to make it easier, but that means that you won't have the line. I usually like to have the line kind of go through the middle of the face if I can. It helps me to do that. If you want to, you could totally scoot this over to the halfway point, then everything would be easier for you. So that is another option. Draw that and then just look at, and I'll sketch this out so you can really see it. Right, 1. Wait. This is a little bit more this way. 1, 2, 3. Yep. I could put this here. I'll show you what that would look like. 1, you could. See, I'll do this with a dotted line so you can see it. You don't have to put this in. I'm just showing you an option, right? And then you would just build your relationships off that line, that dotted line. And then they're easier to find. I'm going to send this over to you too. So before yep. Oh, that's looking very nice, Diana. You might have to do it even bigger if you're not sick of it yet. And then my suggestion would be, what if you did one where you flipped the colors? So the figs were all reds and the background was orange. That would be really fun. If you wanted to go one size up, that's how I would do it. I mean, why we don't want to waste a good composition. I don't know if you guys can see this painting that Diana's working on.
I'll send the small one.
This is her second version, and she just kind of stumbled upon it, which is usually what happens. You find this fabulous composition. And then you're like, oh my God, I want to keep using it, right? Because it's just really appealing. It's this picture of figs in her yard, and it just really works. You'll see. At all the layers, it's working. So she doubled the size, I think, or maybe even tripled it.
Yeah, well, it's 2.5, I'd say.
Yeah. So the first one is the one that she sent, and then this one is, which is like 2.5 times the size is what she's working on now.
So
It's a very appealing composition. Like the more she paints us, the more I'm like, I might have to get my hands on one of these, put it in my kitchen, right? It's a fantastic painting. So she's playing.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fun composition.
Sometimes it happens, and I mean, look, it doesn't mean that there aren't great compositions, that aren't always creating great, but sometimes you create a universally appealing composition and it just kind of happens. It's kind of random. The woman who runs,
garden.
yeah, right. The woman who runs my gallery in Portland was a costume jewelry designer for a big company in New York. So she was constantly designing new jewelry lines. And she said twice in her 10-year period did she create something that was so cool, that was so universally acceptable that it was, you know, multiplied 1 million times. Most of the time she did things that were bought in batches of 100, like, but once or twice she said she was able to create it. It's just how it happens. Recently, I did a drawing in our printmaking class of the St. John's Bridge, which is a bridge near me. And she loved it's a simplified drawing, which I've never done before. And she loved the drawing so much that she grabbed it and put it on t-shirts. It's on bags, it's on totes. Just this one image. She's been asking me for years. I've been trying for years to create this for her with no success. So you never really know when you're going to find that image. It's really fun when it happens. And I feel
now it's selling like hotcakes.
They're selling like hotcakes. They are selling a lot. So, which is really great because we've been wanting to create a local St. John's Bridge brand that looks like, you know, that nobody can get anywhere else. So we're kind of creating a line and I don't have to do anything. That's fantastic. I mean, I did it. I did it. It's on a, you know, the image is now going everywhere. People are like, that must be great exposure for you. I'm like, no one cares who did this. No one cares at all, but it will definitely up my sales margin. So every once in a while it happens. It's funny when it does.
I mean, it came out of the printmaking.
Totally it did.
Yeah.
It totally did. Yep, absolutely. That helped me simplify because the nature of the plates, as you guys know, if you get too complicated, it doesn't work. So I simplified in a way I'd never really simplified before. And now I have this awesome, I'll show you the t-shirt later. It looks really neat. I bought one, but they are.
You didn't buy one.
I mean, I end up, I picked one up at the shop and I'll get paid back for it. Yes. But it's funny, people are like, that's so amazing, that'll make you famous. I'm like, nope. All right, Claudia, let's see how you're doing here. This is way too wide, Claudia. Can you feel that? Well, let me check. Oh yeah, way too wide. Your width here is half of this. Yeah. It's a brain thing, right? Brain hand thing. This width.
Wait, the width. Oh, okay.
The whole subject is 1/2 the height.
Okay.
Annoying, huh?
That's why I want you guys to do, and it's okay. This is so okay. This is great. You're figuring it out. It's one thing to intellectually understand it. It's one thing to watch me do it. It's another thing to take your tool and make it do that. Honestly, like there's a whole other thing that's going on. Okay, Francesca. Now I'm embarrassed. My phone is so dirty. I can't, and your marks are so light. I can't even tell what is what. Hold on. I'm gonna scrub off my phone so I can see your marks better. Right, 1, 2. This needs to scoot, this line needs to scoot a little bit to the right. It's almost halfway. You need to, you notice I made the same mistake. I made it too wide. Now it needs to, this whole vertical needs to go a little bit to the right. But good. And you'll get better at, like I said, what you'll learn after a while is how things take up space in this two-dimensional, right? It's a different set of rules. That's really just the truth about it. It's a different set of rules. Things do not stay consistent. Things are all related to other things. I was trying to think the other day, in what way do I have to think about, where are we ever, maybe in food preparation and in engine building, or do you have to think about the entire thing that you're doing and the order in which you do things to be able to get everything to come out right? I think that's a visual spatial thing. Food prep, right, where you're working in a kitchen and you've got to do the same thing over and over again. You've got to do it fast and you have to have a set of things. That's a hard thing to do. That's similar to what we're doing here. You're getting used to using the tool and measuring. So it's a practice and it takes many years. Some kid, sorry. Facebook is so weird. Talk about challenging your sense of linear time.
I'm actually
right.
I'm trying to do it with the other way with the dotted line. So I sort of sketched in
Okay,
the line of the cat where
I can check it where you think the halfway point is. Send it over to me. I want to see it. I want to see it before you go further. So do that.
Well, I did sketch in that outside.
The outline. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. I'm going to check your measurements first.
Mhm.
1, 2, okay. Right, because you found that easier.
Yeah.
Something looks pretty good. This angle isn't quite right.
Okay.
Too thick. So
yeah.
let me, but good. Yeah, Jackie, that totally works. I
Okay.
won't. Also, look at how little space. Oh, right, because you're doing this. Right.
I'm doing the
Never mind.
dotted line.
Never
Yeah.
mind. Never mind. Never mind. That works. Look at this relationship. And I know that while the angle of the chin isn't exactly what's happening with the ear, it's good to sketch out.
Yeah.
Look at that relationship and that negative space. So yours looks more like, yours is going like this.
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Yeah. Yep.
Otherwise, I'm not going to throw stones. I'm going to say, yeah. Right. So the rest of you, once you've got your proportions right, of course, you can go in. And I know this is maybe kind of mean, right? I mean, you can probably fumble along, like, what am I? You know, this is not a professional art school where everybody has to, right? Like, actually, if this was a professional art school, you probably wouldn't be taught this. They assume you know it when you're going in, which is sad, but true. So I get that, I don't know how to say it. I get that, like, this is hard and it's easy to blow it off. Don't blow it off. Try it and fail in it a few times. It's a good point to do this. Of course, so now when I do this, and Jackie, of course, you can probably go and check the inner lines. I actually like to kind of dot where my lines are going to go using these quarter points and half points, right? So I can see that this comes just above the halfway here, and this goes a little bit lower, the ear here. It's like if I go straight across, kind of starts a little bit lower here. Right, see how I'm actually literally like connecting the dots to help me kind of get things in the right places. I'm using my quarter points. If you don't, of course, have the luck of having these on your paper right in front of you, right? If you have to do this by hand, that's what I'm kind of teaching you. Here's paw here. Here's second paw up here. I'm going to start with and then I start with the easiest line, or maybe the line I can see the quickest. So I can see there's like a little triangle of space here, and that the ear is kind of wide, and then it comes down, and then kind of runs into the edge here. Right? Maybe I don't quite. Oops. Comes down a little bit more. I'm just doing the outline right now. I'm kind of taking it piece by piece. I can see that there's this cool angle, right? And I can see that the feet have this funky pattern happening. It kind of goes up like this, over like that. You really have to suspend your disbelief up here. Notice I'm not trying to do like a whole side at the same time. I'm actually a bit less than half. Oh, nope, that's up too high. See how I'm kind of erasing as I go? And then this kind of goes. Did I do that right? Maybe more like that. I may have to do some correcting there. And I'm kind of, as I'm doing this, I'm lightening these lines because it's light where that ear comes. I feel pretty good about that. I may have to do some fiddling over here. Notice a couple of things. Notice that this foot is smaller than this foot. That's because this foot is closer, even though we know they're not really small. Notice that if you can get this hard work done first, your confidence in your lines is going to be tremendously, enhanced. Your confidence in your lines will become better. You won't feel so, look how thick this leg is compared to this one, right? Let's see, we've got this, the head shape kind of up in here. This is going to be important. This comes down. Of course, there's a little bit of neck here. on this side that you'll want to catch. I'm not doing all of the transitions. I'm just doing kind of the major ones right now.
Are you doing this one, Sandra?
Sorry, no, I'm doing a seal. Sorry, guys. I just
She's
had a
doing her
mishap.
seal.
Yay.
She's doing her seal.
I just had to run into a problem this morning.
Oh, a problem that's not art related?
No, the cat sitter came. She's a woman I've been using for 10 years or more. And she came to kind of remember what to do with the cats. And I already paid her like $25 a visit. And everything was fine. I paid her for this visit. And then she suddenly calls me right after the class starts and says now she's raised the price to $30 a visit. It's $60 a day.
Wow.
And I was so upset. I felt like it was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to find a new cat sitter. I think that's really ripping people off. And to do it, she spent an hour and a half talking about, she just talks nonstop, this woman.
I'm sorry. That sucks.
What do you want to try someone new?
Yeah. I mean, I just talked to my brother and he also thought it was an outrageous price. $60 a day. That's the price of an airfare.
Yeah.
You know, by the time you do like a.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find somebody. I might not find somebody before then. But
Are you supposed to be traveling somewhere?
I'm traveling next week. I'm going to see my brother in France, one in Spain.
Can't you?
And
just,
I've been communicating with this woman for months about it, and she tells me now, after a phone call, after we spend like the whole morning together.
But can't you just tell her that you can't pay that? So if
Maybe that you can negotiate it on the, well, yeah, you don't want to do
so
that.
she hopefully said, I said that, you know, I'm going to have to find something new. And she said, I could pay 20. She sounded like you could pay 25 and then find somebody else. And,
You
and then I
don't want
said,
you don't want somebody taking care of your cats who's mad at you about that.
exactly.
That is
So I said,
exactly
no,
what you
pay
don't
the-
want to do.
I'll pay that money. I'll pay the 30, but then I will find somebody else.
Well, but do you trust her now?
Yes, I do. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, no, we have a few days to go still. No, I trust her. She's been taking care of my cats. I don't think she'll. And I have the other thing where I can actually offer cash. So, you know, that's like an.
Right.
But yeah, I still trust her because she's taken care. Well, if she, I'll see. I'll have to gauge how it goes. But I am
Right.
trying. I've just contacted a couple of people in the listserv.
I bet you somebody has someone. That's like in Airbnb land. That's like, oh my God, my cleaner just bailed. And I have like,
Yes, that's
you know what I mean? Like it's so, oh my God, that's like the similar thing. But also we have a cat sitter who's phenomenal. I totally get it. You're like,
So how much do you pay her?
she's really great. She comes and stays at the house when we go and, you know, deals with all of the peculiarities of the cats. And we pay her, hold on. That was too far out. By the way, as I put this line down, I realized it was a little too far out. I think this is better. We pay her like usually $150 plus dinner. To stay in our house for like however long we're gone, a week.
See, that's the thing. Normally $60 a day is somebody who stays at your house.
Yes.
Which I'm not,
yes, that's
the fee for that. But I don't want her to stay in my house. Now I think she's really pushing it. And not only that, I always bring her a present, like a really nice present.
Yeah, I do too. Because you want to make sure your cat sitter is happy. All right. Did you guys see how I adjusted that little back area here and this leg? And I realized it was wrong because I looked at this space and I saw, oh, there's not as much space there as I think. All right, so go ahead. I'm gonna take a picture of this. When you're ready, we'll go to, locating the faces, but I'd like to see your kitty up to this point. And I'm sorry if I'm a little pedantic today. I'm really not meaning to be. I just think I often speed through some of these transitions and I want to not. And I appreciate you guys are asking good questions. So I feel like, believe me, I'm not trying to lecture. I'm just trying to make sure you understand all the things that are happening when we're doing, when we're structuring something like this. So somebody might watch it on video, And I'll be right back. It's nice you're going to go see your brother.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of dreading the traveling part,
Right, it's been a while, right?
But it's also very chaotic at the moment because the airlines fire too many people and having to cancel flights, and the airports have fired too many, don't have enough security workers. So the whole thing is a mess. And now you have to wear, flying had become so unpleasant. You had to take off your shoes. You couldn't drink any water.
Right.
And now on top of that, you have to wear masks. And so,
yeah. Yeah.
But you want to wear a mask.
Well, I have to wear a mask, but I hate wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And particularly for that long, you can't drink, you can't eat.
Yes, you can. You can.
How?
You take it off when you're drinking and
Yeah,
eating.
they let you.
Well,
They let
if
you
you
do
take it
that.
off when you to drink, I'm going to have to, but to eat, what's the point of wearing it if you're going to take it off when everybody takes it off? I guess
Because
you have to.
you don't get sick by having like a couple of minutes of exposure. You need like 7-8 minutes of exposure.
But you can. Well, what about eating? So somebody gave me a hint about eating. Said eating after the others are finished.
Yeah, exactly.
Francesca. That looks pretty good. There's a slight
Mind you-
lean in. It's not exactly straight down, but I like this. I feel like it's in good shape. Good shape. Good job, Claudia.
United is disgusting food anyway. So.
Okay, so Claudia, you can see, if you look, that you've put your ear up too high on this side. This looks great, but do you see how, and 1, 2, 1,
Yeah,
checking
I
your
see that.
measurements, 1, 2, 3, everything's good, but this is too high. So really what you want to pay attention to is this negative space, right? From here to here, and then from here to there. It's hard to get that right. That's okay. So there's more of a slant here. It comes down lower. I usually will find this point. So I can see that this point lines up just below where the ear comes in here. Right? That helps me locate this one. And then you can get that one. Good job, you guys. You're doing great. Let's see. Yeah, this ear is coming up a little too high, Jackie. It's more of a straight across.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? Look at that again. Right, that. It's wide. It's a little bit thicker here. Everything else looks good though. I love your feet. There is this foot is a little smaller. It's all good. It's looking good. Remember, don't try not to color this in because your paint is going to be affected by that.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Don't color this area. Don't color anything in. Just good job, you guys. This is great. All this too as well. And now we'll kind of go to I keep putting aside the one pastel that I really here you go. Now we're going to go to the fun part, the face. Where do I put the eyes? So here's my quarter point. The eyes, let's do the top of the eyes. We'll do the angle on the eyes first. So notice I drew a line from this side to this side. So I'm going to start, and if you'll see how this line angles, I can see it starts just above here and it ends just above the center line. So I can actually very lightly, right? Super lightly, just dipping my brush in the water. I can come over here and I can come here. Here's my halfway point. Here's where that is. And I can sketch. And here's my quarter point, and look at where my line is. So it's about like that. So the top of the kitty's eyes should go there, below here, right? That's number one. Getting that slant right is totally number one. Then, let's see, what else will make this easier? Nose is kind of, so the nose is a funny shape, right? On this side, I think it's going to be easier to sketch in kind of the nose shape, which starts about here. So Jackie, you'll just draw your, right, you'll do your nose here using your halfway point. Kind of straight in here. So I'm going to start by sketching in my nose shape, which is straight, and then it begins to angle, and then on this side it angles. See that? And then it's much easier for me to build my eye. I think that's the best way to handle. Maybe this is a little bit closer. Maybe right? One, two, three, yep. That's kind of it. So I'm giving it to you. First, we're getting the diagonal. Then we're seeing the shape of the three parts and how they play into each other. So not how anybody wants to think about it. Y'all just want to sketch that in and keep moving, right? Then you can see in relation, little there. And then you can start sketching in some of the light shape, right? Around some of the light shapes. I'm actually kind of preserving out the light shapes, which I guess it also means I'm marking out the dark shapes. I'm not getting into every stripe right now. I'm just really looking at the light dark areas around the eye. Because I this whole like finding your way, don't worry, like I said, it just takes so long. Even look, and I can see I need to bring my face in a little bit on this side because there's this dark triangle here and it kind of comes along the edge here. It's kind of a dark area down here. I mean, whiskers and ink, we're not even gonna worry about that. We'll add them in a different medium, in gouache, in watercolor, in pastel. I'm not gonna battle that. If you want to, I really am sketching out kind of the darker shapes. Yeah, it's looking good, you guys. I often find with things like stripes and feathers and fur that it helps to kind of get the biggest, chunkiest shapes first. And then you can sketch in the other ones as needed. So really everything kind of past a certain level is a certain layer of darkness. Oh, you need to come up. It's so fascinating, this construction process. It still kind of blows my mind every time. I'm like, oh my God, look at that. Just do that. Just do those things and you'll be in good shape, right? Like it's all like, I don't see this coming together. I don't know what's going on. Okay. And then we're going to start, after this, we're going to start doing some washes in the darker area, the darkest areas, probably the 4s and the 5s. And after we get the washes in, I'm going to move us to the next so we can see detail.
It's a very cute kitty.
It's cute.
Yes, I actually was planning to do it if I had enough time. But
You can do it another time. You can, you can do it tomorrow if you want to pop into class. It's totally.
I might see how it goes. We have so many things to do. Now I'm stressed out.
That doesn't help. Stress is just self-punishment.
Right. It's one thing to say it though.
Not that I don't stress.
Right, right. We all do, right? It just happens. Maybe to write it more. Okay. It's looking pretty good. I think this line is up too high, Francesca. Can you bring it in? So I think this is happening, and there's still time to correct it. Don't worry. Where is it? I believe, I'll do it with green. I believe you've done this, and the actual line is here. Yep. Do you see it?
Okay.
Can you see
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And you're a slightly wider out here. So yep, we're just paying attention to this shape. If you broke it up into two shapes, it would look like this. Right. But nice. Also, I noticed I had to bring this up a little farther, this part up. And I can really see this edge as the light dark, right? Because it's light up here and darker down here. Good job, you guys. I know it's a lot. You're probably like cursing me right now. It's a lot to think about. It's in a way the hard way of doing it, but later it'll become the easier way of doing it. Everything else you try to do is not going to work for you. It's going to work up to a certain point, and then it won't work anymore. And you'll start limiting yourself. I see a lot of American artists doing this to themselves, limiting because they don't know how to do it. It's sad.
They limit themselves. How do you mean? You mean the
They
subject,
just
or?
do a certain thing in a certain way, in a certain size. Yep. That's exactly what it is. And then what they'll tell you is, oh yeah, I just don't do that. I don't do big work, or I don't do landscape, whatever it is. I don't do this subject. Yes, they do the same thing over and over again. And
I want to do the same thing. I want to do animal portraits over and over again.
Yeah, but not in the same way, not in the same medium, not the same size, not the same. I'm just telling you, this is like when you find yourself avoiding doing the measuring, right? So like trying to kind of piece it together the way one knows how to do it. That's when a person starts to get into trouble. And it's, anyways, you can tell it becomes obvious. Also, to be honest with you, from what Emma has told me about her art school experience in Montana, and granted, it's a state school in Montana. Granted, it's a state school in Montana. It's not the best. You know, she said her teachers are like, you know, the kids come to art school doing this doodle thing that they do, you know, where they do the same image over and over and over again. And teachers are like, wonderful, wonderful, you have voice. But I said, do they know how to layer a painting? She's like, no. I'm like, are they being taught? She's like, no. It's really frustrating, Leah. Like, I don't understand, like how, I mean, I'm not being taught anything.
But she get to practice on her own.
Right. Well, I teach her. I taught her. So she knows how to do it.
Yeah, but she uses it as practice time.
I mean, she just kind of does her own thing. She's so advanced in that way. She's pushed so far ahead of where everybody else is. I don't think there's even any comparison. I basically told her, you need to go to Italy and find an atelier for the summer and go there and paint. Yes, Francesca's like, yeah, there's some great ateliers in Italy. You need to go see Francesca in Milan. You need to find an atelier in Milan and go see Francesca. You love Emma. She's great.
I was in, I went a
Appropriate.
week, a week in Perugia.
Uh-huh.
So I went to see like galleries and churches because they have great paintings from the Renaissance.
Right.
It is so beautiful.
It's so
beautiful.
amazing, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
such a special. Claudia, great. Good job on the nose. Good job, you guys. Good job, Jackie. Excellent, you guys. Wonderful. Okay, so for those of you using a pencil, you're just going to do in pencil.
Leah, I sent you my seal.
Well, let me see. Oh, he's great. Oh my God.
It doesn't look right, but
his face is a little wide. If you see his, think about like that patch of his nose, that white patch, like think about here, hold
so
on.
the
I'll sketch
face
it.
is wide, it's just got folds.
Well, I think what's happened is this. I'm gonna edit and I'll show you. I believe I can get this. Hold on. Oops. Let's see if I can get this. This is the shape. So hard to do this with your finger. No.
And the nose, it's not quite
The
right.
whole, I'm gonna sketch it very loosely.
Oh, the
you
nose is something
yes.
is desperately wrong here.
Well, okay.
The nose is
so
higher.
It's what you haven't thought about it in the whole. So I'm showing you how you kind of need to think about it. Hold on, I'm sketching it in, but I have to do it with my finger and it's hard.
Life is hard.
It's hard. All right. So I'm done. This is the first shape you have to think of.
I need to take out sun. Okay.
And then
Where you show Emilia?
I just sent it over.
Oh,
to
right,
you.
right.
Yep. I just sent it over to you. That's the first shape you need to think about. And then you build everything else within that. And you look at that shape in comparison to, right, what's around it, like the top of his head and the side. But it takes up way more space. So you just worked on it.
Because you've included the chin, right?
Yeah, I've included, yes, that whole area is really one, it's the piece that's coming forward. So it's what's in front. So
Okay.
that's why you have to sketch that top and that bottom and find those pieces in relation to that. And then you'll get things in the right place. It's just like what these guys just did with their kitten eyes. We started with finding the angle, then we found the nose shape, then we added the eyes in. Okay, so for those of you who are, so let's look at this. I'm gonna try and label it. I'd call this 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 5. All right, so I've just labeled all the 4s and the 5s, and we're going to start, if you're working with ink, we're going to start by doing a light wash that will build up gradually. So here's where testing becomes very important. See how I'm doing I dip my brush in ink and then I'm dipping it in water so that even though I'm doing the darkest areas, I'm doing them very lightly. I don't want to go too dark because there's some variation in these darkest areas. So I'm going to come down like here. Ooh, even that's kind of dark. I'm going to dip my brush in the water again. Yeah, there we go.
So can I underpaint now? I want to paint.
Yeah, you can underpaint. Do it. You're on
Okay.
it. Easier for you. Lucky you.
Right.
See how I'm kind of working around. And I'm doing, even though there's some light areas in here, I'm sort of skipping over the lightest areas. but I'm kind of going in everywhere else because these are good. This is going to dry light. And then I can darken in the darkest areas. There's a little white light triangle here. Gonna come to about here. And if you're getting, I'm getting these little pools because, which I'm wiping off, because I'm working at an angle. Right, and then up here. So see how light I'm going in this dark area? Notice how I'm skipping over the light parts of the nose. I'm coming in here and sketching out very lightly. Those of you who are working in, I think that's it over here, maybe up here. That's it in terms of the darks. Those of you who are working in pencil or in paint, you're going to have a much easier time with this than we are. You're just going to go for the dark areas, right? So Claudia, I think you're working in pencil today. That's really awesome. I'm going to do this whole thing, this whole 4 area in a kind of a wash, but a fairly light one. And I'm going to bring it down in here, kind of avoiding. See how light I'm going? So what's going to happen is this is going to dry, and then we can layer the darks in on top, and then you'll be able to manage these variations because you've started with this kind of soft dark edge. Honestly, you could do it here too. Mm-hmm. You guys are doing great, by the way. Did you guys see Barbara Ehrenreich died? She had a massive influence on me in college. Sorry.
We lost you.
You did. I was like talking about Barbara Ehrenreich and nobody answered me. And then I was like, oh, wait, I'm actually gone. I like
Yes,
that,
we-
Jade.
We find out straight away because we hear recording stopped.
Yeah. Probably before I did. By the way, you guys are killing it. So don't be like, everybody's doing good here. And the way you're doing it will allow you to make changes in your ink that people feel like they can't make, but you totally can. So those underlines will actually provide a kind of beautiful underpainting in a way. It's kind of crazy. Oops. Oh, I see. You did not. What's going on here? Let me get my, I'm sorry, you guys. Let me get my thing back up. Sorry, everyone. When it goes down, everything goes down. I'm like, what is my notepad doing? It's acting all crazy. My internet connection is still unstable. All right, well, we'll just do the best we can. Oh my God, it's like almost, we're gonna go a couple minutes longer. Just so we have enough time to do everything. Let me, I'm plugging in my computer so it won't die, but I'm gonna go back over, do a little bit more demoing. Of course, the next step is going in. Notice I'm avoiding the eyes. I'm not really going there yet. And should I go in? I'm going, well, here I say that, and then I'm going in with the, going right into the eyes. All right, let's see. What do I want to do next? I think I want in these areas where there's this very kind of light that's in a shadow. This is going to be tricky because it'll probably be similar in value to what you've added down here. See how I'm bringing in a kind of little light wash. I'm only really avoiding the darkest areas. I'm taking it and then I'm kind of puffing it out like that. So this is also what you want to do, because really the only truly light areas light areas are these areas around the eyes and on this kind of side, but it's still, so I'm getting in a little bit and then wiping it down so it's kind of lighter, right? This light area. Maybe up here you could keep it blank if you want to. And now I'm going to start pushing my darks. Before I get into the eyes, I'm going to push my darks a little bit more down and, oops, that's super dark. I can actually take water and kind of spread this out. See how I'm starting to kind of elucidate a couple of the stripes with a slightly darker, and I'm coming along the edge here. You see how I'm kind of slowly building. We call this building up your darks, right? We build our darks. But now let's do a little bit of work on the eyes. So I'm going to start with, once again, that kind of light, very, very light wash on the eyes with my brush. Super light, preserving this little white on either side and also kind of around the top and bottom. I'm also going a little bit darker here in that part of the nose. All right, look at what that does, just getting in there. And then I'm going to quit that. And I'm going to move to my pen, my bamboo pen, but I'm going to wait until this dries first. So maybe I'll work a couple of areas with my bamboo pen that are not around the area I just might kind of come in here. All right, so once again, this pen is proving to be a little troublesome. So I'm actually going to dip my pen in water, in the watery ink. And let's see, kind of here. This is where the work gets super delicate. And I don't even need to dip it in the actual ink well. Maybe now I do. All right, there's these cute little, now I do have to. I dipped it in the ink well, then I dipped it in the water. Let's see how I'm adding these kind of little dark whisker. Areas. I'm careful not to lose my lights. I'm doing this because I can't really get into the, eyes right now. I gotta wait for them to dry. There's a little mouth line here. Anything difficult today. Notice how light these marks are. They're not very heavy. I'm going back into ink. There we go. But I'm making sure to preserve that light area, the light areas around it. That's why these marks are tiny. All right, and now I feel like you'll see around the very edge of the eye, it's dark. It's kind of like the eyeliner. It's not the actual eye, but it's the lining around the eye. Here you can, it's darker. Just keep on dipping back and forth, right?
Sidetracked me suddenly.
Right. And then maybe I do this in a couple of other areas too, like around the edge. Can you guys hear that? I'm bringing this edge kind of around the outside so I can maybe get in, but maybe that won't work so well. See how every time I add, and it helps to kind of add, even on the edge of where the white meets the darker, that also helps because there's some strong edges there where you can really define the white by making the line stronger right underneath it. See that? And then I can go back to the brush and start adding some more dark touches. Darker touches down here. Right now I can kind of come in up here. Get darker in here. There's little areas. So see how I'm now going back in with my brush and kind of accenting the truly darkest areas. I can also, with my brush, create this edge. I was getting really frustrated with the pen this morning. For some reason, it's just not responding to me the way it normally does. So I'm like, okay, well then, we won't use you. We'll use other. I'm kind of staying away. So see how just these little dark areas, as I'm starting to go in and work these little dark areas, we're going to work a little longer so we can kind of get to everything. Come in here. See how I'm using my brush to kind of darken, but let some areas, I'm still paying attention to kind of lighter areas as I'm doing this. This is where we start to distinguish our darkest areas from our midtones. Also, at some point, I want to get, I want to wash in a little bit darker the eye. Oops. There's this cute little wigwam kind of W thing going here. I'm using my brush to create a kind of softer edge. Hello, buddy.
Oh,
He's like winding around having had a wonderful morning gallivanting with his friend Boy Muka. Now he is ready to be petted.
am I wrong, but aren't your eyes a little bit too small?
Yeah, but I have to wait till they dry to get them
Ah, okay.
bigger.
Sorry.
Mhm. All in good sign. Also, I can't really darken this. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Oh my word. Notice how your brush texture will help you create. See how I'm getting, and see how I'm starting now to add in kind of these with mostly water. Now I'm gonna go back in here. See how I'm kind of going in and darkening. It's almost like we're carving this drawing. It's literally almost like that. We're carving out the darks. And the lights kind of slowly. I want to get in a little bit here, but not too much. Yeah. See how I'm kind of going back in and darkening. And I'm creating this kind of scruffy edge where the lighter area kind of meets the darker area using my brush. I want to go much darker there. Oh, yeah. Now he's starting to get kind of cute.
He's been cute all along.
He's very cute, right? So cute.
Super.
He's super cute. Are you going to do him, Diana, or are you
No,
focused on your figs right now?
I'm focusing on my figs. My garden is kind of strange right now. I think my trees think it's spring again because the weather has been so strange. So
Right.
all my plum trees are flowering.
That's nice.
Wow.
Yeah,
But
well,
is there enough water to kind of?
not if you don't water them.
Right. I mean, can you? Yeah, you can't. Can you really?
Yeah, well, I have a lot of spare water because I have these rain barrels that I haven't touched from winter that I save
God.
for when it's really dry. So I have them back. I need to add more rain barrels. I have 7, but I need more.
All right. I'm gonna, as a last step, actually pull in another medium. I'm gonna use a little bit of white gouache. I have to wait until my paint dry, until my but I wait until it dries. You could also use pastel. If you have a white pastel pencil, that would totally work to try and get in some of these. You can use your pen. Hold on, I'm gonna grab my phone so I can take a picture of it. I'm gonna take a picture of this. All right, what the? Can you guys hear that screaming?
No.
Our renter's young child is screaming. Screaming. Let me find out what's screaming.
Yes, Sunny. I'm coming soon. So Sunny got to play with another dog for 8 hours yesterday. Hmm.
Oy.
What's happening?
Well, first of all, I've inquired from 2 other pet sitters, and one charges exactly the same as this lady, so it seems to be the rate. And second of all, I sent her the wrong date. My woman.
Kevin sent it in. Jackie, how's your Versailles going?
It's purple.
Awesome. What'd you
because
do?
Queen Violet.
Excellent.
Does it matter that it's purple?
No,
Technically, it's not a grisaille. It becomes
It's
the
not.
underpainting, a single color
Yeah.
underpainting.
I know, I changed my mind.
That's cool. It works for me.
I just saw the tube of Queen Violet and I thought I'd like to play with it.
Can I show you my disastrous seal there?
Sure.
I'm obviously not in the mood.
It's hard, right? Let's see what you did.
It's not good, but and I've messed up the wood as well, as long as I was at it.
Claudia, very nice. So get darker. Oh, Jackie, that's so cute.
Oh,
So
it's
Claudia,
adorable.
it's great. You guys, these are great. So Claudia, now get a little bolder. Down here, everything's kind of darker. And over here, things are darker. And over here, things are much darker. So do a little bit more washing. Oh, Sandra, that's
Oh,
not
that's so
as bad
cute,
as you
these
think
cuts.
it is. That's not as bad as you think it is. This
No.
seal is such a great practice for you.
It's not, Sandra. You're gonna
Mhm.
get there.
It doesn't look as nice up close.
Yeah, but you're not done.
No, but
No,
Keep
come
working.
on.
You're in better shape than you think.
okay.
Oh my God, these are so cute. Great work, you guys. Very coquettish. These kittens have a very coquettish.
What
Very
is-
sweet as kittens.
What does
Yeah.
coquettish mean?
It's sort of like playful, you know,
Cute, kind of, yeah. Kind of.
flirty.
Okay,
There's a kind of flirt.
it's cute with a purple cat.
Well, hot
Yeah,
pink,
just-
really.
I have some new colors and I just can't resist playing with them.
I think that's awesome. So what color are you going to glaze the
Well,
painting?
I don't know. I hadn't got that far.
You're that far. Do it.
Oh, okay.
You're that far.
Hmm.
What's
So
the,
you're going to say what's the complement of,
exactly.
so like lemon yellow?
Nope.
No, because this
It's
is a,
really not purple. It's really
because
magenta.
it's red,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it'd be a greeny.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I must say, you are excellent students.
Of course we are.
That is excellent work. Oh, Francesca, interesting. I like this. Look at how, I like how your mark making with the brush is really taking on its own thing. Look at how different mine, Francesca's, Claudia's are in terms of mark making.
Yep.
Claudia, are you using a pencil? Oh, you're using a pencil. Okay, so that's what's going on. Yeah, so you, Claudia, can get much darker. Look at how high up this kind of arches. You got to bring your guy up here. I like what's happening on the back here. I don't think you need to do anything more, but you need to kind of darken everything a little bit on the front. Very nice. Good job. Great job coming back. Just keep going, you guys. We're gonna stay a little longer, if you don't mind.
Would I do a permanent green or an emerald green or mix my
You could
own
do
green?
whatever you want. You could do whatever you want.
Okay.
If you're in an experimental mood,
Yes, I am.
use the color that appeals to you the most.
Oh, okay.
The green that you like the best.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, I know that feeling, Sandra.
We all do.
Yeah.
That, oh shit, I mucked it up.
You did?
Right, everybody did. Yes, I did too. Of course, there's areas I got too dark. Let's see what I can do here. So I am going to try a little, I'm going to see what happens if I add a little gouache for my white on the top of this. I'm just adding it right here to the bottom of this paper. Better to use palette paper.
Yeah, that should work.
Skinny little brush. So
That's-
there's some areas like I lost my white here, my white area here. Oops, two. Here, push it out here a little bit more. I think that'll work a little bit. I have these, but more importantly, I'm not really using much, well, using a little water, but mostly I'm just using paint. kind of drift in.
He's very cute, your cat, Leo.
Thank you. He's a cute cat, right? When you've got a good subject, this was a good subject. I thought it might be too hard.
Shut up, Siri. Siri is telling me about quesadillas. What's so annoying? It's such a bad day.
Oh,
So annoying. Why is we chiming in about quesadillas when we're talking about kittens?
kittens and quesadillas.
What an idiot machine.
They're both
It happens to
fantastic.
me too with my accent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they do. They don't.
Really?
go back,
So
No, but
do you
it's not-
see how
not
I'm
even
kind of
talking to
pulling
it.
out, you guys, some of the lights that I lost with my gouache? I know it's probably cheating, but I don't care doing it.
It's
Now I
not.
lost my,
Now it's mixed media.
now it's just mixed media. Yes. Now I lost a little bit of my mouth. I'll have to get that back in, but I feel
Yeah, but
like
I know it works. It works.
it does.
I didn't accomplish much on my painting today, but I'm reworking the front fig.
Excellent.
But you know,
Oh, yeah, that helps. So the light, when you were noticing that Diana was saying my eyes look small, it's because I had sort of lost the light area on this side. So as I gain it back, I
that's-
get more,
Yeah.
I get the eyes appear to be the same size because there's that piece that we don't necessarily consciously read, but is definitely happening. Even brush in a little bit of white here. I'm going all over with the white here. I'm gonna. Nice to have you back, Claudia.
Yes.
So how is it
Nice
moving,
to be
moving
back.
back, getting moved back home? How is it?
Well, I miss Paris, but it's
Oh.
okay. I'm going there next weekend. So I'm probably going to buy just a tiny little apartment in Paris so I can go there on weekends.
Fantastic. Oh, Diana, that's
Buy
looking
one or
great.
you're gonna rent one?
Buy one.
I'm going to buy one, I think.
She's gonna be a
yeah.
grown up, like she's gonna have her pied a terre.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully. Oh, I would love that.
You can rent it to us when like we're in Paris and
Yeah,
a little extra money,
yeah. Good idea.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, eventually that would be the idea. But yeah, I made
Good
an
for
offer
you.
actually. So we'll
Oh,
see.
you
we'll
did?
see.
Where, which
Yeah.
arrondissement?
On the 18th.
Oh, how exciting.
What are prices like now at the moment?
What are the prices like?
I mean, are they more than usual or less than usual? Or?
Yeah, I mean, this like the sort of small surfaces are like very, very expensive. Now this one is, so it's, if they take the offer, it's about 10,000 euros per square meter.
Yeah, I know that's always they
And how
count it, but he
many
never
square
tells me.
meters? And how
That
many?
place is 12.
12
12
square
square
meters.
meters?
Mm.
It's
It's
12 square
exhaustive.
meters?
Yeah.
That's just like 100 square feet. No, 150 maybe.
It's a teeny
just-
studio.
Honestly, it'll fit a bed and it has a tiny bathroom, but it has a window in the bathroom, which is great. And it has a toilet in the bathroom because lots of these tiny spaces in Paris actually have the toilets out on the how do you call on
In the
on
shared
landing?
landing. Yep.
yeah.
It's a shared. That's like Brooklyn or New York. That's like
So-
Manhattan. In
Yeah, they have
places.
shared bathrooms, most of them. Or they'll have like they'll tell you, oh, it's your own private, water closet. It's just on the landing, but it's just
No,
for
thank you very
can
much.
have a
I
key
have
to
to go
that.
there in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Oh my word.
It is
Oh.
insane.
It's insane.
Yeah.
That's why you're laughing, of course.
I mean, I'm just like, but things, I mean, people must buy these things if they're selling them, you know.
Well,
I mean,
you're
I'm-
buying them. You're one of them who will buy
Yeah.
them.
Well, yeah, but
But at least, as you say, yours is a toilet.
yeah, it has like a real bathroom with the shower. And yeah, but yeah, it's insane. But well.
All right. So all of these changes were made with whitewash.
Good.
And I think they worked pretty well. I was able to pull some things back that I thought I had lost, some white areas. And here I'm going to stop. I'm going to let you guys go a little longer just to see where we get to.
I show it to you like this, Leo. It looks a mess.
Sure. I like the, hold on. Hold on. Oh no, he's super cute. Don't worry.
I
These
wouldn't put him
lines
on
are
the
a
wall.
little bit, but that's okay. These lines, the sort of his you know, the folds are a little bit strong. Can you soften
Oh.
those a little bit with water?
They need to be strong, no?
Nah, they're softer than you think.
Okay.
They're softer than you think. Yeah. Oh, for heaven's sakes, when you look at it, but I know what you mean, Sandra, because I was looking at mine and being like kind of, but when I turn and look at it on the computer screen, it looks pretty good. Yeah, he's cute. I like
Aw,
him.
it's very cute.
I
Very
like
cute.
him. So cute. Sorry, guys, let me get this right back up here. Do a little bit more.
Thank you.
It's a doll. Even when you're frustrated, you can make something cute.
Well, sort of.
Amazing girl.
At least it got me out of the mood. Yeah.
Right? That's the whole point.
I figured it was the best thing I could do actually yes, now. It's pink.
It's super cute.
It's super cute.
What was the
Hello?
word again? I have to remember this new word.
Give me 1 second, you guys.
Was it cute? What was it? Cute-killish?
Coquettish. In French, we have this word coquette, and it's morely about girls. It means like
Yeah, coquette.
you
I
like to
know
be
what it is.
pretty.
Yeah.
I guess it's like pretty and you know it kind of thing. I don't know.
It's a little flirty, isn't it?
But I don't know whether that's what it is in English. Probably not. Oh,
Yeah, my paint is so dry because it's from yesterday, so I think I'll stop here.
I did a emerald green glaze, which I don't know if it contrasts enough.
Jackie, what did you end up choosing as a glaze?
I did an emerald green, and I'm not sure if it contrasts enough. Or
Try
maybe,
another layer with more paint in it.
okay.
But emerald might be too, to have too much white in it to really,
Yeah.
darker colors, but this is such good learning, what you're doing right now. Like, that's right. So try it. I mean, you can glaze over and over and over again. So you guys just keep working a bit longer. If everybody doesn't mind, stay on a little bit longer. I know we're taking more time to practice measuring, so I want you to have enough time to do your show. Now that I'm like, I have to go way far away from my the drawing board to plug in the computer, and now I'm like super far away. I'm like, that looks great. Hey, I recommend it, you guys. Get far away. You can see exactly what needs to be done. And you can see what needs to be done, and you can like it better because you're farther away from it. I can see my little body could probably come out a little bit more. I'm not going to, my back is a little bit, it could be a little bit more rounded outward, but I'm not gonna go in and work on that now. I can see a couple of things that I could do to work on it that I couldn't, that are harder to see up close.
Yeah, his little butt is a little bit cut off.
His butt is a little bit cut off, exactly. Now, of course, now that I'm doing it, I may go back in and do it, but like those are things that you sometimes can see much easier when you step away from it. It's funny how it's probably just like a millimeter off and how much of a difference that makes.
But it's such an easy fix.
It's an easy fix.
Yeah.
It's an easy fix.
Yeah. I'm out of paint.
All right. Well, yours is coming along. It looks great, Diana. I really would love to see one bigger with the figs in sort of purples and burgundies, and the background maybe in greens. Like, I don't know if you can do that, if you can switch the colors up, but I think it might be really fun to try it and then make it even a little bit bigger. You're doing 16 by 20 now, right?
Yep.
Okay, so maybe 18 by 24.
I think I have something larger than that.
Yeah, something larger. It might, if you're not sick of it yet.
No, it's fun. It's fun to experiment with different colors.
Yeah. If you're not tired of the subject yet, it's working so well. I think that's a satisfying thing.
reworking the front fig, so I'm gonna send you the.
Okay. Nice.
I'm gonna have to run. I have to go to the grocery store.
Nice. Okay. All right. Well,
Oh,
lovely to
good.
see you, my sweet.
Yes. Is class the same time tomorrow for the acrylic?
No. I'll pop the schedule up so you can see it.
It's
I'll put it in the thread.
It's 11:30 our time.
Yeah. So I'll pop the
Okay.
schedule up so
So
you can read it.
3.5 hours later.
Yeah. But it's hard to remember all that. So I'll pop it in right now. You guys, there you go, Jackie. You guys, these are so fun. So Francesca, if you have any white watercolor paint in a tube, or if you have any white gouache paint, you could try adding with a brush some of those. Oh, Diana, that's looking so great. Some of those colors.
But,
some of those lights, the
watercolor,
whiskers.
not acrylic.
Do you have a tube watercolor?
I think I have, no, it's not a tube, but I have, yeah.
You can try it.
Yeah.
The white pats don't tend to work as well. It really should be kind of slightly liquid. Anyway,
Okay.
try it. Yeah,
Okay.
try it.
Okay.
Adam,
Okay.
and I'll wait a couple more minutes if you want to try it, or if you're like done for
I have
the
to
day.
go now. I have to go,
Okay.
but I will, maybe I can try one of these days or next week.
Okay, sounds great. All right. Great work,
Okay.
Francesca.
Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
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 All right. Bye. Does anybody
Ciao.
else want to? Ciao. All right. Anybody else want to keep working on this, or shall we end for the day?
I have to end.
All right. Let's wind up. Great work, Jackie. Jackie, just bring it to class tomorrow if you want to.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, bring it to class and you'll just keep going. And
Thank
I
you.
have the color version of that if you want it, or you can goof around with color and just pick your own. So we'll talk about how, in fact, tomorrow's class is going to be great because we're going to be spending a bit of time talking about mixing mid-tone colors, which is really kind of the next layer of mixing. So yeah, we'll be on it. All right, great work, Sandra. I'm proud of you pushing through frustration and anxiety and all the other things. You did great. You did great.
Thanks. Sorry, dear. I'm talking to my brother. Thank
You're
you.
loud. Bye. See you later,
Bye.
guys.
Bye.